Chapter 2544. Schwerer has asked me to come and see you, and I've told you everything I need to tell you. The spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will close in 3 days, so I have to return as soon as possible. If it's too late, I'll have to wait for 1,000 years before I can return. Xie Jie said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I hope to see you in the Divine Offering Land when the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms opens again after 1,000 years. At that time, I hope you'll be strong enough to gain Schwerer's father's approval. After Xie Jie finished speaking, he casually raised his hand and tore a tear in space before he prepared to leave. Third uncle. Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something important when he saw Xie Jie leaving in a hurry. Is it true that heavenly emperors will definitely die if they enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian did not forget what Yunyi had told him. Senior Feng Qingyang, who had left behind the inheritance for him, was forced into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. The Azura Hell? Xie Jie's expression turned slightly solemn when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I've entered that place once, but I only dared to move around the periphery. I didn't dare to go too deep. Based on how dangerous the Azura Hell is, I'm afraid there are only 2 or 3 heavenly emperors among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who managed to come out alive. Xie Jie said. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately when he heard Xie Jie's words. At the same time, he realized Yunyi was not exaggerating. There were 81 Devata realms in total. Similarly, there were 81 heavenly emperors. Based on Xie Jie's words, only 2 or 3 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms managed to come out alive after entering the Azura Hell. Based on Yunyi's words, Feng Qingyang was only ranked in the top 20 among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. He was far from the top 3 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Senior Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. At this moment, the last trace of hope in the depths of his heart was shattered. After his hopes were dashed, a strong sense of self-blame rose from the depths of his heart, unable to calm down for a long time. I'm in a hurry to return to the world of divine remains. I don't have much time left, so I can't help you much. At this moment, Xie Jie's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. Initially, bringing you back to the Divine Offering Land would be more beneficial to you. However, if you're discovered by my elder brother or that boy from the Yun family, you'll definitely die. For this reason, I can't let you take the risk. Xie Jie looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Then, he raised his hand and 2 items appeared in his hand before he passed them to Duan Lingtian. That's all I can help you with. When you ascend to a Devata realm, don't be in a hurry to leave the celestial ascension pool. Try to temper your 99 heavenly veins in the celestial ascension pool. It'll only be beneficial to you. Boy, I look forward to seeing you again in the Divine Offering Land. I hope you won't disappoint me and Schwerer. After Xie Jie passed the 2 items to Duan Lingtian, he left without waiting for Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. Immediately after, the spatial crack that he had just torn open also gradually closed up. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses after the tear in space closed. He lowered his head and looked at the 2 items Xie Jie had left for him. The 2 items were a sword and a dark green jade token that was shrouded in a mysterious light. At the same time, the snake-like cracks in space gradually closed, returning the entire space to its original tranquility. Phew! Tang Xiao, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, she had accompanied Duan Lingtian to the gates of hell. She had almost been killed by Yunyi. Ka! Wait for me. Duan Lingtian did not look at the 2 items in his hand. He looked up at the sky and clenched his fists before he let out a roar that shook space. It was as though he was trying to vent the frustration in his chest. Tang Xiao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's sudden outburst. When Tang Xiao regained her senses, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Can you tell me more about you and your wife?" At this moment, Tang Xiao found out Duan Lingtian had a wife and a child. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's wife was not an ordinary person. When Duan Lingtian told Tang Xiao about his relationship with his wife, Ku Tang Xiao could not help but sigh before she comforted him. She comforted him and said, "Don't worry, you'll definitely reunite with your wife. Didn't Senior Xie say that? You still have 1,000 years to live. It hasn't even been 100 years since you started cultivating in this lifetime. I believe that if you were given another 1,000 years, you would definitely have the strength to gain the approval of your father-in-law." Tang Xiao comforted him. Although Tang Xiao comforted Tang Xiao, she did not think the same way. Naturally, it was not that she did not think Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law in 1,000 years. However, she did not think it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to possess such strength in 1,000 years. Although Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, he was still very strong. However, no matter how strong Duan Lingtian was, his strength was only comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Although Xie Jie did not say how strong Duan Lingtian would have to be to gain the approval of his father-in-law, Tang Xiao was certain Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law. However, in her opinion, Duan Lingtian would have to be stronger than a group of heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. After all, the person from before was also a servant of the Yun family from the world of divine remains. He was even stronger than most of the heavenly emperors. Even with Duan Lingtian's current foundation, it would still be difficult for him to become stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms in 1,000 years. Yes. Although Duan Lingtian knew Tang Xiao was trying to comfort him, he still nodded solemnly. There was no turning back for him at this moment. After 1,000 years, regardless of whether he would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law, he would have to make a trip to the divine offering land. Even if he had to risk his life, he would not allow his wife to marry another man. In the next few days, Tang Xiao stayed by Duan Lingtian's side and accompanied Duan Lingtian back to Earth. They spent a few days on Earth. Duan Lingtian had not returned to Earth for several decades. The changes on Earth were so great that he did not even dare to imagine it. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a good mood due to the appearance of Yun Yi and Xie Jie in the divine offering land a few days ago. For this reason, after spending a few days on Earth, Duan Lingtian decided to leave with Tang Xiao. They planned to leave Yang Huang realm and return to the Saint Province realm through the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the divine offering land. After Yun Yi fled in a sorry state from Xie Jie, he immediately returned to the divine offering land and the Yun family. Young Master. When Yun Yi saw Yun Qingyang, the great young master of the Yun clan, he only had time to greet Yun Qingyang before he was interrupted by Yun Qingyang. Yun Qingyang smiled and said, "Yun Yi, since you're back, I'm sure Duan Lingtian is dead. You've done a good job." Yun Qingyang nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Yun Yi. From the beginning until the end, he did not think Yun Yi would fail. Although Yun Yi was not as strong as him, he was comparable to the strongest heavenly emperors among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. With such strength, it would be easy for Yun Yi to kill a brat from the mundane realms. "Young Master, I failed." Yun Yi bowed before Yun Qingyang and said hesitantly, "Young Master, I failed." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the area fell silent in an instant. Yun Yi looked at Yun Qingyang, who had a frozen smile on his face. He was so nervous that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. "What happened?" Yun Qingyang finally spoke. His voice was calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. However, the calmer Yun Yi was, the more nervous he became. He knew his young master would only react in such a manner when he was extremely angry. Lord Xie Jie intervened. Yun Yi did not dare to be negligent when faced with Yun Qingyang's question. He quickly recounted everything that had happened. "At that time, I was about to kill Duan Lingtian, but Lord Xie Jie appeared at the critical moment and protected Duan Lingtian. Young Master, I'm sorry for being useless." As he finished speaking, Yun Yi lowered his head like a child that had made a mistake. "Since Uncle Xie Jie appeared to protect that brat, you can't be blamed for this." Yun Qingyang narrowed his eyes. Yun Qingyang narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. However, why would he appear in the mundane realm and protect that brat? Did he know I would send someone to kill that brat? I remember. Only the two of us know about this. Yun Qingyang looked at Yun Yi as he spoke. The way he looked at Yun Yi was not because he doubted him. Yun Yi had been with the Yun family for many years and could be considered an elder of the Yun family. Moreover, even if Yun Yi wanted to betray him, he would not betray him for a brat from the mundane realm. He merely thought it was a coincidence. Young master, is it possible that Miss Ning Shui asked Xie Jie to protect Duan Lingtian? Yun Yi glanced at Yun Qingyang cautiously before he voiced his guess. Yun Qingyang narrowed his eyes when he heard Yun Yi's words. Even if Xie Jie wanted to protect Duan Lingtian, he would only be able to do so until the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms closes. Chapter 2545. In the Xie family of the Divine Offering Land. In a heavily guarded courtyard, the flowers were lush and the air was fresh. One could vaguely hear the chirping of birds. It was like the ethereal sound of a valley. It was very pleasant to the ears. In a quiet room at the back of the courtyard, a white figure was sitting cross-legged on an ice bed that was emitting dense cold air. This was a woman. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and possessed a devastatingly beautiful face that caused everything in her surroundings to seem to be overshadowed by her. She sat there quietly as though she had become one with the ice bed beneath her. Her body was constantly emitting dense cold air. It was as if she was not a living person, but an ice sculpture. However, if one took a closer look, they would see that she was a beautiful woman. At that instant, this peerless beauty in a snow-white dress had her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted together. Her perfect and flawless cheeks twitched slightly as if she was enduring some sort of pain. At the same time, the aura that extended from her body was constantly changing and becoming stronger. Shwe-er. Only when a vigorous voice sounded from outside did the white-clothed lady, who was sitting cross-legged on the ice bed, relax her pair of willowy eyebrows. At the same time, she opened her tightly shut eyes. She opened her eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. The woman who had opened her eyes was even more radiant than when she had closed her eyes. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the white-clad woman disappeared from the ice bed. She opened the door of the quiet room with a bang and went to the backyard outside the quiet room. In the backyard, a sloppy, middle-aged man stood there. The middle-aged man had his messy hair draped behind his back, revealing a square face. He had big eyes and eyebrows, and as he stood there, he exuded a dignified aura. Third uncle. The pharaoh-like woman in white didn't care about the middle-aged man's unkempt appearance at all. She immediately flew forward and held the middle-aged man's arm. She blinked her watery eyes and asked, "What's wrong with you? Have you seen Brother Tian?" As soon as the woman said this, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and waves of excitement appeared in the depths of her eyes. "You little girl, third uncle rushed over to you as soon as he returned. You didn't even ask if third uncle was tired. Instead, you asked me if I saw that brat. It seems that third uncle's position in your heart is far inferior to that brat. Sigh, girls are extroverted, girls are extroverted." The unkempt middle-aged man was none other than Xie Jie, the third master of the Xie clan from the Divine Offering Land. After all, Xie Jie had just returned to the Divine Offering Land from the Devata realms. He managed to return before the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms closed. "Third uncle, you're teasing Shwerer again." The woman's beautiful cheeks blushed shyly as she said with some embarrassment. All right, all right, all right. Third uncle won't tease you anymore." Xie Jie shook his head. Then, his expression turned solemn as he said, "I saw that brat. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Yun Qingyang's men." "What?" The woman's expression changed drastically when she heard Xie Jie's words. Her eyes that were originally calm were instantly filled with rage. "Yun Qingyang? How dare he send men to kill Brother Tian?" The woman was none other than Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke. She was also the eldest miss of the Xie clan in the Divine Offering Land, Xie Ning Shui. "That brat must have heard that your father had imprisoned you and took your spatial ring." Xie Jie paused for a moment before he said, "That brat must have heard about your father taking away your spatial ring." Xie Jie paused for a moment before he continued to say, "I suspect that your father intentionally let him know that your spatial ring was taken away so that he could use Yun Qingyang to get rid of that brat." Xia Jie could not help but sigh when he finished speaking. He knew very well how much his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan, disliked that brat from the mundane realm. Back then, when his elder brother found out that his niece had reincarnated and found a husband and gave birth to a daughter, he was furious. He had almost left the divine offering land and went to the mundane realm to hunt that brat down. Father, Ker's eyes were filled with rage, but she did not know how to vent her anger. After all, that person was her father. Apart from being Ker, she was also the eldest miss of the Xia clan in the divine offering land, Xia Ning Shui. Third uncle, is brother Tian all right? Ker asked worriedly. Don't worry, he's fine. Xia Jie shook his head. Apart from that, I've also told him that the spatial tunnel between the divine offering land and the Devata realms will be closed for 1,000 years. In the next 1,000 years, your father will have many things to do, so he won't be able to arrange your marriage with Yun Qingyang. However, when the matter of the divine offering land is over, your father will definitely bring up the matter again and force you to submit to him. I've already told that brat about all this. He's a person with a strong will. Perhaps a miracle will happen in 1,000 years. When Xia Jie reached the end of his sentence, he found it hard to believe his own words. Previously, when they were in the mundane realm, he had told Duan Lingtian to strive to obtain the approval of his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan, after 1,000 years. However, he did not think it was possible. A miracle? Ker smiled bitterly when she heard Xia Jie's words. Third uncle, although brother Tian's innate talent and fortuitous encounters are good, it's impossible for him to obtain the approval of father in just 1,000 years. Shui, you must trust him. I'm sure he wants you to trust him as well, Xia Jie said. I trust you. Of course I believe in him. But this time, I won't let him bear this burden alone. Kua looked at Xia Jie and said, Third uncle, since the spatial tunnel between the divine offering land and the Devata realms has been closed, it's impossible for people from the divine offering land to go to the Devata realms or the mundane realms through the Devata realms. Once the spatial tunnel is closed, father won't keep me under house arrest anymore. At that time, I want to go to the realm battlefield. A hint of determination flashed in Ker's eyes when she finished speaking. Swoosh. However, as soon as Ku's voice fell, Xia Jie's expression changed, and he shook his head. He shook his head and said, No. You can't go to the realm battlefield. Put aside the fact that you haven't recovered to the level you were in your past life, even if you've recovered, it's still very dangerous for you to go to the realm battlefield. I don't agree. I don't agree, Xia Jie said resolutely. Third uncle, if you don't agree, no one will help me. Ker smiled bitterly and said, Third uncle, I really don't want brother Tian to bear this burden alone. He's done enough for me in the past. Now that I have a chance to change my fate, I'll give it a try no matter what. If I don't try this time, I'll regret it in 1,000 years. Kua looked at Xia Jie with an unshakable gaze. You little girl. This was the first time Xia Jie had seen his niece so serious. She was so serious that he did not know how to continue insisting on his decision. In the end, he sighed and said, You should think about it again. That's the realm battlefield we're talking about. No one will show mercy to you there. The spatial tunnel from the divine offering land to the Devata realms was closed because the realm battlefield in the divine offering land was about to open. The divine offering land was a realm that was separated from the Devata realms and the mundane realms. It was a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Apart from the divine offering land, there were other realms created by supreme powerhouses. Every 10,000 years, the planes created by these supreme masters would meet in pairs. At that time, the realm battlefield would open. Both realms would send people out to fight it out in the realm battlefield. Once the realm battlefield opened, it would last for 1,000 years. Whether it was the people from the divine offering land or other realms, if they wanted to raise their strength quickly, they would have to enter the realm battlefield. In the realm battlefield, they would be able to raise their strength in a short time through combat and various opportunities. Naturally, there were risks associated with great rewards. There were people dying in the realm battlefield almost every second. Third uncle, there's no need to think about it. I've thought about it. If I want to regain my strength or even surpass my strength in 1,000 years, The only way is to enter the realm battlefield, Ke said as she shook her head. Although I believe in Brother Tien, I hope to be able to fight alongside him in 1,000 years. Kuer's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. In fact, although she said so, she didn't really think so in her heart. After all, if Brother Tien was strong enough to gain her father's approval after 1,000 years, she had to be strong. For this reason, she had to become stronger so that she could change her fate after 1,000 years. In her past life, she was willing to end her own life in order to break up the marriage. However, she did not expect her father would not approve of her even if she ended her life in her past life. Her father still insisted on marrying her to Yun Qingyang. She had too many things to worry about in this life. For this reason, she could not end her own life like she did in her past life. She wanted to enter the realm battlefield and fight for her future. Even if she died in the realm battlefield, she would have no regrets. At the very least, she tried her best. Brother Tien, this time, Ke won't let you be alone. No matter how difficult this journey is, Ke will go with you. We'll live and die together. Chapter 2546. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was going on in the divine offering land. He also didn't know that Kuer was preparing to enter the extremely dangerous planar battlefield, all for the sake of obtaining the strength to change both their fates after 1,000 years. If he knew about this, he would be so worried that he would want to grow a pair of wings and fly to the divine offering land to stop Ke. A month later, Duan Lingtian brought Tang Xiao back to the Cost Galaxy. Although Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao had traveled at full speed from the Cost Galaxy to the Milky Way, it had taken them 3 months to reach the Milky Way. However, it only took him a month to bring Tang Xiao back to the Cost Galaxy. This time, the reason why he took so much less time was because he had comprehended the 13 Green Lotus Swords to the extreme and completely grasped the 13 Green Lotus Swords. That was why his speed had increased so much. After all, Duan Lingtian, who had mastered the 13 Green Lotus Swords, was as strong as a golden celestial in the Devata realms. I wonder if the people in this galaxy have forgotten about us. Tang Xiao muttered to herself as they made their way to the interstellar transportation formation on planet Sattel in the Cost Galaxy. Back then, she and Duan Lingtian were attacked by 18 disaster-level battleships from the Garnier family in the Cost Galaxy. The scene had been broadcasted to the entire Cost Galaxy. At that time, she had already used her divine sense to investigate this clearly. At that time, there were not many people in the Cost Galaxy who did not know about Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao. That's the 2 cultivators from a few months ago? Heavens! Why are they here again? Why are they here again? What are they trying to do? When Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao appeared near the interstellar transportation formation on planet Sattel, many people recognized them. They could not help but panic. It was as though they were ferocious beasts. It seems like they haven't forgotten about us. Tang Xiao smiled. One of the people from the Cost Galaxy who was standing nearby heard Tang Xiao's words, and his mouth twitched. This female cultivator seemed to be surprised that the people of the Cost Galaxy had not forgotten about them. What a joke! Even if a few years had passed, the people of the Cost Galaxy would never forget these 2 cultivators, let alone a few months. After all, the young man among the 2 cultivators had destroyed a disaster-level battleship with a single strike. Moreover, he had walked out of the bombardment of 17 disaster-level battleships unscathed. This was the first time in the history of the Cost Galaxy that such a terrifying cultivator had appeared. The incident that happened a few months ago had already been recorded in the Cost Galaxy's historical records. The title of the record was as follows: A Godlike Man. Whoosh! Whoosh! When they saw Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao disappear into the interstellar transportation formation, the people from the Cost Galaxy heaved a sigh of relief. So they were just passing by. I was scared to death just now. However, I really didn't expect that we would be able to see them with our own eyes. Compared to what we saw in the projection, what we saw just now was much more vivid, and their auras were much stronger. That's right. I didn't even dare to breathe when I saw them earlier. Due to the arrival of Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao, the entire Cost Galaxy was in an uproar. It was only after they confirmed that Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were just passing by that the Cost Galaxy calmed down. Based on this, one could see how powerful Duan Lingtian was in the Cost Galaxy. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Even if he knew, he would not feel anything since it was nothing to be proud of. After all, it was only a galaxy ruled by an SS-grade technological civilization. An SSS-grade technological civilization that stood at the pinnacle of technological civilization in Yang Huang realm had an apocalypse-level battleship. This type of galaxy represented the strongest technological civilization in Yang Huang realm. The galaxies ruled by technological civilizations were categorized into SSS grade, SS grade, S grade, A grade, B grade, C grade. The Milky Way was a galaxy ruled by an A-grade technological civilization since the most advanced technological civilization in the Milky Way was only an A-grade technological civilization. It was 2 grades lower than the Cost Galaxy. However, Duan Lingtian's strength had increased again. Even when Duan Lingtian had just arrived in the Cost Galaxy, he did not feel pressured at all when he faced a galaxy ruled by an SSS-grade technological civilization. This was because even the apocalypse-level battleships that such galaxies relied on to survive would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. After all, his strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial at that time. Duan Lingtian, on our way back to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, will have to pass by the 1000 Opportunities galaxy where the Tang sect is located. I want to visit the old ancestor and return the star chart to him. Tang Xiaoxiao told Duan Lingtian as they passed through the interstellar transportation formations. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since it's on the way, I'll follow you back to the Tang sect. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao to return to the 1000 Opportunities galaxy that was ruled by the Tang sect. The interstellar teleportation array was located on the mother planet of the 1000 Opportunities galaxy, planet Shu Tang. Tang Xiaoxiao was in a good mood when she first returned. However, when Tang Xiaoxiao returned to the Tang sect and saw Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, she learned something from him. Her expression changed drastically. The old ancestor is dead. When Tang Xiaoxiao learned from Tang Chong that Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, had died, she was on the verge of breaking down. Tears streamed down her beautiful face, making her look extremely pitiful. What happened? Duan Lingtian asked when he saw the anger and unwillingness in Tang Chong's eyes when he mentioned this matter to Tang Xiaoxiao. It's the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. He made a move. Tang Chong smiled wryly. He said we broke the engagement and made fun of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. For this reason, he killed Elder Yi to punish us for breaking the engagement. I didn't expect the old man from the Heavenly Wave Mansion would personally make a move. Tang Chong was furious and resentful when he finished speaking. However, no matter how angry he was or how unwilling he was, it was of no use. After all, the old ancestor was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. As soon as Tang Chong finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian could react, he saw Tang Xiaoxiao crying. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were red from crying, and she looked very pitiful. She turned to look at him with a cold gleam in her eyes. Naturally, her gaze was not directed at Duan Lingtian. It was directed at the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duan Lingtian, help me kill him. As long as you help me kill him, my life is yours. Tang Xiaoxiao said through gritted teeth. She seemed to have lost her mind as she glared at Duan Lingtian. To Tang Xiaoxiao, Tang Zhongyi was not only her ancestor, but he was also the one who had taken care of her as she grew up. He treated her like his own granddaughter. As for her, she also considered Tang Zhongyi as her biological grandfather. Now that she knew that Tang Zhongyi had been killed because of her, her heart was filled with regret. At the same time, she also hated the person who killed Tang Zhongyi to the bone. She wanted to tear the person into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. However, she knew with her strength, she would only be seeking death if she went to the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Therefore, she could only place all her hopes on Duan Lingtian. In order to avenge her family's ancestor, she was even willing to bet her own life. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian did not say anything to comfort Tang Xiaoxiao when he sensed her anger. He knew words would not be as effective as action at this moment. Thank you. As expected, Tang Xiaoxiao's body trembled when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, she nodded at Duan Lingtian and thanked him. Then, under Tang Chong's shocked gaze, he took the lead and led the way to the interstellar transportation formation again. Duan Lingtian followed Tang Xiaoxiao through the interstellar transportation formation and left the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy that was ruled by the Heavenly Wave Mansion. In the Heavenly Wave Galaxy, the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate was located on the mother planet of the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. It was also where Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were staying. Whoosh, whoosh. Duan Lingtian followed Tang Xiaoxiao to the estate of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Who are you? How dare you trespass in the Heavenly Wave Mansion? As soon as Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao entered the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, a group of patrolling disciples from the Heavenly Wave Mansion immediately reacted and flew out in an attempt to intercept them. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Tang Xiaoxiao raised her hand, and rays of light shot out and killed the patrolling disciples of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he saw Tang Xiaoxiao's ruthlessness. However, Duan Lingtian could understand why Tang Xiaoxiao was so angry. Previously, when he went to the Milky Way with Tang Xiaoxiao from the Coast Galaxy, Tang Xiaoxiao had told him a lot about her and her ancestor, Tang Zhongyi. Therefore, he knew about the relationship between Tang Xiaoxiao and her ancestor. Chapter 2547. Someone's trespassing in the Heavenly Wave Mansion? Who's there? How dare they? It didn't take long for Tang Xiaoxiao to cause a stir in Skywave Prefecture because of her actions. Not long after Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao entered the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, they were surrounded by a group of people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. More and more people arrived. Initially, there were only a few dozen people, but soon, there were several hundred people. Moreover, these people's cultivation bases were quite high. Duan Lingtian scanned the area with his divine consciousness and discovered that the Heavenly Wave Mansion's cultivation base was at least at the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Among these people, the weakest cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, there were many bodiless celestials with high cultivation bases among these people. An eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Prefecture blocked Tang Xiaoxiao's path. The two of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. The black-clad woman was only an eminent celestial, but her strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's she? She's only an eminent celestial, and yet, she possesses such strength. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be a nobody. I feel like she looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen her before. The group of people from Skywave Prefecture fixed their eyes on Tang Xiaoxiao and began to talk among themselves. The dagger in her hand. It seems to be a celestial supreme treasure. A bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion exclaimed as he stared at the dagger in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand. The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion immediately shifted their attention to the dagger in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand. It's indeed a celestial supreme treasure. Soon after, more and more bodiless celestials confirmed that the dagger in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand was a celestial supreme treasure. It was as though they could not wait to snatch the dagger away from Tang Xiaoxiao. While most of the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion were still focused on the celestial supreme treasure in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand, I remember now. A young disciple of the Skywave Prefecture relaxed his brows and suddenly let out a cry of surprise. She's Tang Xiaoxiao. She's Tang Xiaoxiao. I've seen her once. She's Tang Xiaoxiao. He's the #1 figure among the younger generation of the Tang sect. As soon as the young man spoke, many people who found the black-clothed woman familiar were able to confirm her identity. She was Tang Xiaoxiao, the #1 disciple of the Tang sect. Why did Tang Xiaoxiao barge into our Skywave Prefecture? Many disciples of Skywave Prefecture who were not well informed were puzzled. As far as they knew, Tang Xiaoxiao was their young mansion master's fiancé. I'm afraid you don't know that the Tang sect has already cancelled the engagement between Tang Xiaoxiao and our young mansion master. Upon hearing the discussion among the disciples of Heavenly Wave Mansion, some of the more well-informed disciples chimed in, "That's right, we're in the same boat." For this reason, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion personally killed Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, to punish the Tang sect. Are you serious? Why is the matter so serious? I didn't hear anything about such a big thing. The disciples of Heavenly Wave Mansion who were not well informed were shocked. Why did Tang Xiao Xiao come to our Skywave Mansion? Is she here to avenge our old ancestor? Many people who knew the relationship between Tang Xiao Xiao and Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect who was killed by the Heavenly Wave Mansion's old ancestor, looked at Tang Xiao Xiao as though they were looking at an idiot. Tang Xiao Xiao. At this moment, a frivolous voice rang in the air. Swoosh. Soon after, a young man wearing embroidered clothes with unsteady footsteps appeared in a timely manner. As soon as the young man in embroidered clothes appeared, the people in the vicinity immediately opened up a path for him. At the same time, many people bowed respectfully at him. Young Mansion Master. Young Mansion Master. Based on the way the people addressed the young man, it was obvious who he was. He was the young Mansion Master of Skywave Mansion, Yang Yuting. He was also Tang Xiao Xiao's fiancé. What? Tang Xiao Xiao, are you regretting coming to our Skywave Mansion today? You don't want to break the engagement anymore? Yang Yuting looked at Tang Xiao Xiao condescendingly as soon as he appeared. His eyes were filled with mockery. He was furious when he learned the Tang sect was going to break the engagement. However, when he learned the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion had killed Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, who was also Tang Xiao Xiao's old ancestor, he had vented his anger. At that time, he knew it was impossible for him to be with Tang Xiao Xiao. He knew Tang Xiao Xiao's character very well. Since the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion had killed Tang Zhongyi, she would rather die than marry him. For this reason, he was only teasing Tang Xiao Xiao when he said those words. After all, he could see it. Tang Xiao Xiao had killed many of the patrolling disciples of Heavenly Wave Mansion to stir up trouble. It was obvious she knew her old ancestor was killed by the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Yang Yuting. Tang Xiao Xiao's eyes turned even redder when she saw Yang Yuting. At the same time, she ignored the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who was fighting her and flew toward Yang Yuting. Yang Yuting's expression changed when he saw Tang Xiao Xiao charging toward him. His strength was only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, he did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. He was no match for Tang Xiao Xiao who possessed a celestial supreme treasure and was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, he sighed in relief when he saw a few figures appearing in front of him. The people standing in front of Yang Yuting were the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion. After they appeared in front of Yang Yuting, they glared at Tang Xiao Xiao fiercely. Tang Xiao Xiao, surrender. With your strength, you're destined to die for trespassing in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Kneel down and beg the young Mansion Master for mercy. Perhaps he'll give you a quick death. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials looked at Tang Xiao Xiao as though they were looking at a dead person. Tang Xiao Xiao, you bitch. Are you regretting it now? Who told you to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? It's your blessing that I, Yang Yuting, have taken a liking to you. Not only do you not cherish it, but you even want to break the engagement. You're revolting. Yang Yuting said arrogantly as he stood behind the group of 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Yang Yuting, if you're still a man, step forward and fight me to the death. Tang Xiao Xiao said coldly as she glared at Yang Yuting. Humph. However, Tang Xiao Xiao was met with a disdainful snort from Yang Yuting. Duan Lingtian, I'll kill him with my own hands. Upon hearing Yang Yuting's words, Tang Xiao Xiao turned to look at Duan Lingtian and pleaded, help me. Achem. When Tang Xiao Xiao turned to look at Duan Lingtian, the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion finally realized what was going on. Tang Xiao Xiao was not alone when she trespassed in the Skywave Mansion. She had a companion with her. However, Due to Tang Xiaoxiao's strength and the celestial supreme treasure in her hand, they did not notice the purple-clad young man who had trespassed in the Skywave Mansion. "Get lost if you don't want to die," Duan Lingtian said coldly as he pointed his finger at the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who were looking at him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A sword ray whizzed out from the tip of his finger. Then, it transformed into thousands of sword rays that formed a sword formation before it shot toward the 5 and 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials from Skywave Mansion who were blocking Tang Xiaoxiao's path. The sword formation that was formed by thousands of sword lights whistled through the air, emitting a fierce aura that sent chills down the spines of the 5 and 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials' spines. One by one, they launched an attack. Boom, 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 boom. However, the attacks of the group of people were unable to withstand a single blow from the ferocious sword rays and were easily defeated. Barf, barf. The 5 and 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials were injured by the sword formation. They could not help but spit out mouthfuls of blood as they hurriedly retreated. After all, if they did not retreat, they would be killed by the sword formation. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Under the shocked gazes of the disciples from Skywave Mansion, Duan Lingtian's sword formation easily repelled the 5 and 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials from Skywave Mansion and opened a path for Tang Xiaoxiao. Yang Yuting. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were cold as she charged toward Yang Yuting. Her face was expressionless when she saw Duan Lingtian opening a path for Yang Yuting. Yang Yuting was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Faced with the ferocious Tang Xiaoxiao and Duan Lingtian, he did not have the heart to fight back at all. For this reason, he was at a disadvantage in just a blink of an eye. Die. After a while, Tang Xiaoxiao saw an opportunity. The dagger in her hand was like a poisonous snake as it viciously bit toward Yang Yuting's neck. If this attack hit, Yang Yuting would definitely die. Stop. Stop. At this critical moment, two urgent roars came from afar at the same time. Two powerful forces appeared in the sky as they attempted to stop Tang Xiaoxiao from killing Yang Yuting. These two forces came from 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials from Skywave Mansion. They were about to succeed in stopping Tang Xiaoxiao from killing Yang Yuting. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 2548. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian caused the dimmed sword formation that he had used to pave the way for Tang Xiaoxiao to light up again. They were like bright stars in the night sky, gorgeous and dazzling. The thousands of sword lights in the sword formation swallowed and emitted ear-piercing sword whistles. As soon as the sword formation lit up again, it suddenly changed direction and rushed toward Tang Xiaoxiao and Yang Yuting. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang in the air as Duan Lingtian's sword formation easily destroyed the two forces that were trying to stop Tang Xiaoxiao from killing Yang Yuting. Although the two forces were powerful and came from 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials, Duan Lingtian's attack did not last long. However, in front of Duan Lingtian's sword formation, it could only perish together with the sword formation. Both of them disappeared in the air, leaving behind waves of energy that swept out in all directions. Rip, rip, rip. At the same time, terrifying spatial cracks appeared in space. They were like huge pythons that swung their huge bodies. It was extremely vivid and terrifying. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he should be able to easily defeat the 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials. However, since Duan Lingtian did not use his celestial supreme treasure or cast the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, his strength was only comparable to the full strength attack of an ordinary 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. It was just enough to withstand the attacks of 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials. Stop! How dare you! The 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials who had rushed over did not even have the time to see who had blocked their attacks. They glared at Tang Xiaoxiao and shouted at her. Slash. However, Tang Xiaoxiao ignored their cries and stabbed the dagger in her hand into Yang Yuting's throat. Yang Yuting, who had lost all will to fight, was instantly killed. After killing Yang Yuting, she didn't seem to be satisfied yet. She activated her power and destroyed Yang Yuting's body, leaving nothing behind. Although Yang Yuting was not the one who had killed her ancestor, she was the one who had killed him. In her opinion, if Yang Yuting did not insist on marrying her, none of this would have happened. Yang Yuting was the culprit who indirectly caused the death of her ancestor. It could even be said that she was the culprit. Gasp! 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 When the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion saw Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, being killed, they could not help but gasp in unison. The 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials who had just arrived was especially shocked. It was not hard to imagine that when the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Prefecture found out that the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Prefecture had died in front of them, he would not let them off so easily. "How dare you kill our young mansion master? You're seeking death. Die." The 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion were so focused on redeeming themselves that they completely ignored Du and Lingtian who had stopped them earlier. They charged toward Tang Xiao Xiao as their energy surged. Tang Xiao Xiao must die. Most of the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion thought to themselves. Although Tang Xiao Xiao's companion had stopped the 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion, they could tell he was only a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. That person's strength was only at the level of a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. He should also be a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. How could a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial stop the 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion? Tang Xiao Xiao remained calm when she saw the 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials charging at her. It was as though she was not afraid at all. "I'd like to see who's courting death," Duan Lingtian said coldly when he saw the 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials from the Heavenly Wave Mansion flying toward Tang Xiao Xiao. Their attacks were like huge hammers that were about to land on her. Swish, 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 swish. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, more than 10 afterimages appeared on the sword formation beneath his feet before they gathered together and brought him to Tang Xiao Xiao's side at the fastest speed possible. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that the 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials did not even have time to react. It was only when they saw a flash of light in front of them that their expressions changed drastically. Swish, 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 swish. The 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials' expressions changed drastically when the sword formation under Duan Lingtian's feet seemed to have transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe. Not only did it defeat the 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials, but it also killed them in just a blink of an eye. The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as blood splattered everywhere. The 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials were killed instantly. How's this possible? The 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials and 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials were the first to react. When they saw the person beside Tang Xiao Xiao killing the 2-7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials in just a blink of an eye, they broke out in cold sweat. These people were the ones who had blocked Yang Yuting's path earlier. It was Duan Lingtian who had forced them to retreat. They could only imagine if the purple-clad young man next to Tang Xiao Xiao hadn't shown them any mercy, they would have been killed by his sword. Who's he? Is he Tang Xiao Xiao's helper? No wonder Tang Xiao Xiao dares to come to the Heavenly Wave Mansion alone. She's fearless. She knows there's a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in the Heavenly Wave Mansion, but she still dares to come here. Does this mean the purple-clad young man beside her is a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? After a few moments, the other people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion regained their senses as well. Apart from fear, they looked at Duan Lingtian in fear. It was as though they were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? The 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials and 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials from the Heavenly Wave Mansion felt chills running down their spines when they heard their discussion. They looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion were looking at Duan Lingtian with dread in their eyes. After a while, Ting-er, an earth-shattering roar rang from the depths of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate. Accompanying this furious roar was the sound of a swift wind whistling. Whoosh. A moment later, another person appeared in everyone's line of sight. Surprisingly, it was a middle-aged man in a dark blue robe. The middle-aged man had a sturdy build and a square face. He had a dignified air about him. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. Seeing the newcomer, the group of people from Skywave Prefecture bowed to him respectfully. The Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Based on the way the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion addressed the newcomer, he was certain of the newcomer's identity. It was Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Tang Xiao Xiao, how dare you kill my son? Yang Qingjian ignored the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who bowed respectfully at him. He looked at Tang Xiao Xiao fiercely as soon as he appeared. Obviously, before he came, he already knew who killed his son, Yang Yuting, before he came here. This was normal. Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, possessed his son, Yang Yuting's soul pearl. Naturally, he would know about Yang Yuting's death immediately. Moreover, he would be able to see the scene of Yang Yuting's death through a special Dao talisman. Because of that, he already knew it was Tang Xiaoxiao who killed his son before he came here. So what if I did? Facing the question of Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Prefecture, Tang Xiaoxiao was not afraid at all. Instead, she sneered and said, "When that old guy from Heavenly Wave Prefecture killed my ancestor, you should have expected such a thing. You. Yang Qingjian was furious when he heard her words. However, he did not do anything in the end. As the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, he was not stupid. Since Tang Xiaoxiao dared to enter the Heavenly Wave Mansion and act so arrogantly in front of him, she must have something to rely on. Naturally, it was the purple-clad young man next to her. This purple-clad young man is most likely a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Now, not only did the surrounding people of Skywave Prefecture think so, but even Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Skywave Prefecture, also thought so. If the purple-clad young man was not a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, how could Tang Xiaoxiao be so confident? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They were the other 7 tribulation bodiless celestials and an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the base of the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Prefecture. When they arrived, they learned what had happened from a group of people from Skywave Prefecture. Their eyes were filled with dread as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Sir. At this moment, Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked sincerely, "May I know what benefits the Tang sect has promised you for helping them?" "I, Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, am willing to promise you that no matter what benefits the Tang sect promised you, the Heavenly Wave Mansion will pay you double. I only hope that you won't interfere in the matter between the Heavenly Wave Mansion and the Tang sect." It was obvious Yang Qingjian thought Duan Lingtian was an external help from the Tang sect. At this moment, everyone, including Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, thought Duan Lingtian was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, if they used their divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian, it would only take them a short time to discover Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. Chapter 2549. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial was the pinnacle of the mundane realm. In the eyes of the mundane realm, 9-tribulation bodiless celestials were invincible. They were like gods. 9-tribulation bodiless celestials were not to be humiliated. This was the law of the mundane realm. No one dared to probe a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with their divine consciousness since they would offend them. Even 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials would not probe each other with their divine consciousness unless it was necessary. For this reason, Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, and the others from the Heavenly Wave Mansion did not dare to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with their divine consciousness since they were afraid of angering Duan Lingtian. "Do you think that the Tang sect promised me something in return for my help, and that's why I came here with Tang Xiaoxiao?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Yang Qingjian's words. "Is that not the case?" Yang Qingjian had an ominous feeling when he saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. However, he could not figure it out. It had been many years since Tang sect had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If they did not promise Duan Lingtian something, why would Duan Lingtian come with them and interfere in the matter between the Heavenly Wave Mansion and Tang sect? Ask your 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to come out. Duan Lingtian did not answer Yang Qingjian's question. Instead, he continued to speak nonchalantly. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked Yang Qingjian to summon the old ancestor of Skywave Prefecture. Gasp! Yang Qingjian inhaled sharply when he saw Duan Lingtian's fearless attitude. He had a feeling Duan Lingtian was up to no good. He quickly crushed a communication jade token to inform the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Yang Qingjian crushed the communication jade token, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the northeast of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate. At this very moment, he could faintly sense a powerful aura rising from there. Moreover, it was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Although I don't know the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from Yang Huang realm, I've heard of them. Just as Duan Lingtian looked towards the northeast, an old but vigorous voice sounded from that direction. How should I address you, fellow Daoist? Whoosh! Almost at the same time as the old yet vigorous voice sounded, an old and elderly figure appeared in front of everyone like a ghost. Ancestor. The group of bodiless celestials led by Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, bowed to the newcomer. Ancestor? Those from the Skywave Prefecture who had only heard of the old man but had never seen him before also came to their senses and bowed respectfully to the old man. The old man was the guardian of Heavenly Wave Mansion, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the mundane realm. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion was an old man dressed in a grey robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He nodded at the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. The old man and Duan Lingtian stood facing each other. All of a sudden, all the people from Skywave Prefecture held their breaths. After all, both of them were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who stood at the peak of the mundane realm. There's no need for a dead man to know my name. The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion thought Duan Lingtian would reveal his background when the old ancestor of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial asked him about it. The people from Heavenly Wave Mansion were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even if Duan Lingtian was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, there was no need for him to be so arrogant. After all, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion is also a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Dead man? Me? The old man was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he sneered and said, Sir, I know all the powerful 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yang Huang realm. Even the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Yang Huang realm, the Gongsun clan, doesn't dare to say he's capable of killing me. However, based on your words, it seems like you're confident you can kill me. The sneer on the old man's face deepened. How naive. Does he really think the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion is a pushover? We're both 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, does he really think he's invincible? Soon after, the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion regained their senses. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was arrogant. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was an arrogant and conceited person. Humph. Faced with the old man's sneer and the mockery from the Heavenly Wave Mansion, Duan Lingtian did not waste his breath. He merely snorted coldly. As he snorted coldly, he made his move as well. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Another series of rapid and ear-piercing sword whistles reverberated in the air. The energy in Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed before it broke out of his body and transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays that condensed into a sword formation. Moreover, it brought out more than 10 after-images as it charged toward the old man. This time, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all. Apart from the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the technique granted to him by the highest stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he also cast the offensive divine ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords. The 13 Green Lotus Swords were the profundity of the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Its power is only comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the old ancestor of the heavenly wave mansion, smirked disdainfully when he saw Duan Ling Tian's sword formation had yet to merge with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, the sneer on his face froze in just a blink of an eye. This was because Duan Ling Tian's sword formation had merged with the dozen or so afterimages behind it, causing an even more terrifying energy to erupt. Before the power even got close to him, he already felt like he was suffocating. How's this possible? The disdain in the eyes of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion was replaced by fear and panic. At the same time, he took out a 7-foot-long spear and thrust it forward with a swoosh. A celestial supreme treasure? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion. However, he did not care much about it. Submission of all soldiers. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent out a mysterious aura from the sword formation that was charging toward the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion and snatched the celestial supreme treasure from the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion. What's going on? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion was shocked when he was injured and his celestial supreme treasure was snatched away. He did not expect this. His celestial supreme treasure would be snatched away so easily. Who on earth was this purple-clad young man? What kind of skill did he use? Bang! 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 A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was, after all, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He quickly recovered from the shock of losing his celestial supreme treasure. He opened his hands and a 7-foot-long spear formed by his strength appeared. It continued to pierce the void and meet the sword formation. Kai! 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 Whether it was Duan Ling Tian's sword formation or the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, they left terrifying cracks in the void when they moved. It was as though the cracks in the void were serpents. However, compared to the void cracks created by the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, the void cracks created by Duan Lingtian's sword formation were narrower and more ferocious. In fact, they were twice as long as the void cracks created by the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion. Swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sword formation had met the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion. Without any pause, Duan Lingtian's sword formation defeated the attack of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion with just one strike. The sword formation enveloped the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion and drowned him like a flood. No. Before he died, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion could only let out a mournful cry. Boom! 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 At the same time, the aftershock of the battle between Duan Lingtian and the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion began to wreak havoc in the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Mansion. In the blink of an eye, half of the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Mansion had been turned upside down. In just a blink of an eye, half of the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Mansion had been turned into ruins. Not only that, some of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's disciples with a weaker cultivation base were injured and sent flying. Even some of the stronger cultivators were retreating far away as if they were avoiding the god of pestilence. Swoosh! 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 When the aftershock of the battle dissipated, only the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Everyone present finally saw the situation in front of them. Not far away, a purple figure stood there. He was like a god, invincible. However, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was nowhere to be seen. Even his aura was gone. Old ancestor. Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, cried out in grief. Surprisingly, he was holding a shattered soul orb in his hand. Old ancestor. He's dead. Another 8 tribulation individual celestial from Heavenly Wave Prefecture also cried out in grief. At the same time, he informed the others of Heavenly Wave Prefecture. Chapter 2550. The old ancestor is dead. This isn't a dream, right? No. It's not a dream. It's real. It's real. Heavens. The old ancestor was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, but he was killed by the purple-clad young man in just a blink of an eye. When the group of people from Skywave Prefecture came back to their senses, they were also shocked out of their wits. They felt like they were in a dream. The old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was one of the strongest beings in the mundane realm. However, in just a blink of an eye, their old ancestor, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, had died. Is he even human? How could a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial kill our old ancestor so easily? Is he really a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial? More and more people from Heavenly Wave Mansion shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with shock. Naturally, most of them were filled with disbelief. Everything that had just happened was inconceivable to them. If their Supreme Elder, an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, did not say anything, they would not have believed that their old ancestor, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, had died just like that. In fact, before this, in their eyes, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was like a god to them. The ancestor of Heavenly Wave Prefecture was a godlike existence, the guardian of Heavenly Wave Prefecture. They had never thought that someone could kill the ancestor of their Skywave Prefecture. Whoosh! The people from Heavenly Wave Mansion looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, knelt in the direction of the Thousand Opportunities galaxy where Tang Sect was located. Old ancestor, did you see that? The old man who killed you is dead. You should be able to rest in peace now, Tang Xiao Xiao muttered to herself. Tang Xiao Xiao muttered to herself. Unknowingly, her beautiful cheeks were once again stained with tears. The dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences. Duan Lingtian sighed and consoled her. All right. Tang Xiao Xiao nodded and stood up. Let's go. After standing up, Tang Xiao Xiao greeted Duan Lingtian and planned to leave with Duan Lingtian. Hearing Tang Xiao Xiao's words, Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He couldn't help glancing at the people from Skywave Prefecture. As for the people from Skywave Prefecture, all of them turned pale when they saw Duan Lingtian's gaze, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This purple-clad young man could even kill a nine-tribulation scattered celestial ancestor of the Skywave Prefecture. Wouldn't killing them be as easy as cutting chives? Even Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, and the Supreme Elder, an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial, looked at Duan Lingtian warily. They were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. They had already witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Killing a nine-tribulation loose immortal was like killing a chicken. It would be as easy as stepping on a group of ants for him to kill them. Since the culprit is dead, we'll let them go as long as they don't stop us from leaving, Tang Xiao Xiao said. She was not a person who would kill indiscriminately. Now that she saw the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion looking at Duan Lingtian in a panic, she was even less interested in attacking them. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He respected Tang Xiao Xiao's decision. However, even if Duan Lingtian did not plan to eliminate the root of the problem, he did not want to bring disaster to the Tang Sect because of his actions today. After all, Tang Sect only had one eight-tribulation bodiless celestial while Skywave Prefecture had two eight-tribulation bodiless celestials. Even if it was difficult for Skywave Prefecture to annihilate Tang Sect, they would still bring trouble to Tang Sect. If the Heavenly Wave Mansion dares to harbor ill intentions toward the Tang Sect again, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely return to the Heavenly Wave Mansion and annihilate all of you. Duan Lingtian threatened Yang Qingjian as he looked at Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture. Although Yang Qingjian felt humiliated by Duan Lingtian's threat, he gritted his teeth and nodded obediently. The situation was not in his favor. The purple-clad young man was able to kill a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he destroy Skywave Prefecture? Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was clear he did not intend to cause trouble for Skywave Prefecture. If that was the case, why would he not agree to it? As for the people from Skywave Prefecture, they did not dare to make a sound. In fact, they sighed in relief when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They knew Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill them. Let's go. When Duan Lingtian saw Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture, nodding obediently, he turned to look at Tang Xiaoxiao and said, "Let's go." Then, both of them left the Skywave Prefecture's estate. It was not until Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao's silhouettes disappeared that the people from Skywave Prefecture finally caught their breaths. "Mansion Master, who's that person? He managed to snatch our ancestor's celestial supreme treasure and killed our ancestor in just a blink of an eye." The Supreme Elder of Skywave Prefecture, an 8th Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, looked at Yang Qingjian warily. Naturally, the Supreme Elder of Skywave Prefecture was wary of Duan Lingtian. "I don't know." Yang Qingjian shook his head. His eyes were red as he said in a deep voice, "According to him, his name is Duan Lingtian. I've never heard of such a person in Yang Huang realm before." As the ancestor said, even the strongest 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in Yang Huang realm, the strongest person in Yang Huang realm, the Gongsun clan, might not be able to kill him. However, Duan Lingtian managed to kill him. As he spoke, Yang Qingjian's voice began to tremble slightly. The strength of the purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, terrified him. He did not even dare to think about revenge. "Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian." The Supreme Elder of Skywave Prefecture muttered under his breath. Upon hearing Yang Qingjian's words, the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, an 8th Tribulation Individual Celestial, muttered to himself. Then, he glanced at the people present and asked, "Have any of you heard of this name? Has anyone heard of such a person in Yang Huang realm?" The people from Skywave Prefecture shook their heads immediately. After all, the people from Skywave Prefecture who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone had yet to return. Otherwise, they would have connected the Duan Lingtian who had just killed their Supreme Elder with the Duan Lingtian who was famous in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, both Duan Lingtian were sword cultivators, and their techniques were the same. "Now, all of you must swear on the lightning penalty oath that you won't tell anyone about what happened today." At the same time, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, swept his gaze across the group of people from Heavenly Wave Mansion and said in a deep voice, "The lightning penalty oath states that whoever dares to spread word of what happened today will be killed by the lightning penalty oath." Yang Qingjian's tone was resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. He did this because he didn't want the news of the ancestor's death to spread out. After all, the Skywave Prefecture's current status was due to their old ancestor, a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. If news of this spread, it would not affect the Skywave Prefecture in the short term. However, in the long run, they would fall to the level of a first-rate force like the Tang sect. Although the Tang sect could barely be considered to be in the first echelon in Yang Huang realm, it was at the bottom of the first echelon of all the forces in the first echelon. Boom, 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 boom. On this day, the inner mansion of Skywave Prefecture was bustling with noise and excitement because of the continuous thunder roaring from the horizon. It lasted for a full 15 minutes before it gradually died down. However, no matter how Yang Qingjian thought about it, he would never have guessed that before he asked everyone present to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would not tell anyone about what had happened today, several people had already secretly spread the news through communication jade slips. It could be said that there were still a lot of fish that had escaped the net who were not present at the scene. By the time Yang Qingjian received the news, half a month had already passed. It was already too late. The old ancestor of Skywave Prefecture, a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, was killed by a purple-clad young man in front of a group of people, including Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture. The purple-clad young man called himself Duan Lingtian. It's said that Duan Lingtian is a helper hired by the Tang sect. He's with Tang Xiaoxiao, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Tang sect. Perhaps, he's even stronger than the person from the Gongsun family. The person from the Gongsun clan is widely acknowledged as the strongest 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in Yang Huang realm. However, even he might not be able to kill a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, let alone kill a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in just a blink of an eye. It's said that Duan Ling Tian has a very strange technique. The sword formation he cast can even snatch celestial supreme treasures from other people. I've heard about it as well. It's because of this technique that he was able to kill the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Skywave Prefecture. The rumor of Duan Lingtian killing a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Skywave Prefecture spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Wave Galaxy before it spread to the other galaxies as well. When the news reached the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy where Tang Sect was located, Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang Sect, was shocked. That Duan Ling Tian actually killed that old man from the Heavenly Wave Mansion? Even Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang Sect who had seen many storms in his life, could not help but blurt out in shock. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. He did not expect the purple-clad young man to be so strong. Xiao Xiao, you've made an amazing friend. Chapter 2551. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that half a month after he left the Heavenly Wave Mansion's Heavenly Wave Galaxy, his name had spread to the galaxies around the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. In fact, the news was still spreading and spreading out, and all of this was because what he had done was too shocking. In the history of Yang Huang Realm, there were many 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials who died before they ascended to the Devata realms. However, most of them were killed by the Heavenly Tribulation Lightning while they were undergoing their Heavenly Tribulation. Very few 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials were killed by others. Even if there were, the ones who killed them were Celestials who had returned to the mundane realms from the Devata realms. Such cases were rare in the history of Yang Huang Realm. This was because Celestials could not return to the mundane realms. Those who could return to the mundane realms were unwilling to do so because they did not want to be tainted by the mundane karma of the mundane realms. For this reason, it was rare for a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial to be killed in the mundane realms. For this reason, news of Duan Ling Tian killing the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion who was a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial spread like wildfire from mouth to mouth. It was out of control, simply because everyone felt that this was a rare thing, a shocking and inconceivable thing. Duan Ling Tian? Sword formation? Snatching someone's celestial supreme treasure? Some people from Yang Huang Realm who had just returned from the Beyond Heaven secret zone found out about the young man who had killed the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion familiar. When they inquired further and found out that the young man was wearing purple clothes, had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and was very handsome, they confirmed it. Duan Ling Tian was the one who had killed an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure outside the treasure vault of a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It's him. I can't believe it's him. He actually came to Yang Huang Realm? Are you sure it's not the woman next to him? Did he kill the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial himself? I think he did it himself. Oh my God. I thought only the woman next to him could kill a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. However, it seems like even he can easily kill a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. It's said that the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion was killed by him. I heard that too. It is said that he snatched the celestial supreme treasure of the Heavenly Wave Prefecture's 9 Tribulation scattered celestial and killed him. Even if he's only an eminent celestial and his strength is only comparable to a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, those 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials who can't use their celestial supreme treasures are no match for him. After confirming that the person who killed the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion was Duan Ling Tian from the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the people who had just come out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone could not help but feel shocked. Meanwhile, more and more people in Yang Huang Realm learned about Duan Ling Tian's background. Duan Ling Tian was not from Yang Huang Realm. Instead, he came from another mundane realm, the Saint Province Realm. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was not a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, let alone a celestial. He was only an eminent celestial. Moreover, the woman next to Duan Ling Tian was suspected to be his wife. Her strength was comparable to a celestial, and she could easily kill 2 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials without using any celestial supreme treasures. When the news about Duan Ling Tian spread in Yang Huang Realm, the cultivators in Yang Huang Realm were shocked. Heavens! How can there be such a monster in this world? A person from a small mundane realm is capable of displaying such terrifying strength with just the cultivation base of an eminent celestial. In the history of Yang Huang realm, there hasn't been such a heaven-defying eminent celestial before, right? I can't believe he's only an eminent celestial. Have you heard? There's a woman next to him. She easily killed 2 9 bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He's only an eminent celestial, yet he possesses such terrifying strength. It seems like it has something to do with the woman beside him. I remember the 9 bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, right? Even if Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9 bodiless celestial, he's only an eminent celestial. If Duan Lingtian uses his soul attack, he should be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Similar discussions continued to spread in various galaxies in Yang Huang realm. It did not take long for the news to spread to the galaxy ruled by the Celestial Masters sect. Duan Lingtian killed a 9 bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Zhong Yi, one of Duan Lingtian's friends in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, was shocked when he heard about this. Zhong Yi, it's your fortune to know him. The person who brought the news to Zhong Yi was Shizhong, the right guardian of the Celestial Masters sect. His eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Zhong Yi. Although he had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Zhong Chu He, the left guardian of Dharma in the Celestial Masters sect, he had thought Duan Lingtian's strength was only comparable to a 9 bodiless celestial. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to kill a 9 bodiless celestial. Moreover, it was said that Duan Lingtian had killed the 9 bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion in just a blink of an eye. Even if the 9 bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion is not as strong as the old ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect, he shouldn't be much weaker, right? Shizhong thought to himself as he shuddered in fear. It is indeed my good fortune. Upon hearing Shizhong's words, Zhong Yi nodded his head in agreement. He felt that he was extremely lucky to be able to befriend someone like Duan Lingtian. He believed now that Duan Lingtian's reputation had spread, even the great ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect would pay special attention to Zhong Yi, and all of this was because he was a friend of the Duan Lingtian, and someone that the Duan Lingtian had promised to protect. When he was separated from Duan Lingtian, the Duan Lingtian had expressed his stance in front of the right protector. Not long after, reality proved that Zhong Yi was right. Not only did Duan Lingtian attract the attention of the old ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect, but the Celestial Masters sect even gave him all the divine abilities and celestial methods in the Devata realms. Naturally, this was all in the future. However, it's just as they said. The 9 bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. He's a bodiless celestial who can cast soul attacks as he pleases. As long as he uses soul attacks, Duan Lingtian, who's only an eminent celestial, won't be able to withstand it, right? Shizhong muttered to himself. Perhaps he doesn't know Duan Lingtian is an eminent celestial? Zhong Yi speculated. Zhong Yi was right. In the Heavenly Wave Galaxy, in the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, had also received news about Duan Lingtian. What? He's only an eminent celestial? When Yang Qingjian found out Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, he was so angry that he nearly fainted. If he knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion could have easily killed Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. After all, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion was a 9 bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. If he knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, he would have killed Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial at that time? The 9 bodiless celestial supreme elder of Heavenly Wave Mansion said with a wry smile on his face. At this moment, let alone Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, even the supreme elder of Heavenly Wave Mansion felt wronged. When the news spread throughout Skywave Prefecture, everyone in the prefecture felt aggrieved. Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. The old ancestor died unjustly. He died unjustly. The heavenly wave mansion was filled with mourning. Previously, they had thought Duan Ling Tian was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered a mysterious technique that allowed him to snatch celestial supreme treasures away from the old ancestor of the heavenly wave mansion. Although they were angry and helpless, they could only accept it. After all, Duan Ling Tian was indeed stronger than the old ancestor of heavenly wave mansion. However, now that they knew Duan Ling Tian was only an eminent celestial, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They were unwilling to accept this. None of them were willing to accept this. While the heavenly wave mansion was in an uproar, everyone felt wronged. Duan Ling Tian had returned to the Beyond Heaven secret zone with Tang Xiao Xiao. Through the Beyond Heaven secret zone, they had returned to his hometown, the Saint Province realm. After returning to the Saint Province realm, Duan Ling Tian first inquired about the current situation in the Saint Province realm. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found out the devil clans did not cause any trouble while he was away. It's time for the devil clans to return to the land of exile. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were cold as he hovered in the air above Sin City in the central province of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, he made a timely announcement to the city of Sin, as well as all the humans and demons around the city of Sin. I, Duan Ling Tian, will battle the strongest devil clans in a month's time 1,000 miles north of Sin City. Chapter 2552. Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain some sort of magical power. In the blink of an eye, the news had spread to the city of Sin and into the ears of the humans and demons around the city of Sin. It was like thunder in their ears. After a brief moment of silence, the humans who heard Duan Ling Tian's voice broke out in an uproar. Duan Ling Tian is going to make a move. He's finally going to make a move. There's no difference between him making a move and his wife making a move. After Duan Ling Tian's wife killed the patriarch of the dragons who was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, I've been waiting for them to make a move to expel the devils from the land of exile. I didn't expect them to finally make a move. The patriarch of the dragons was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, but he didn't manage to expel the devils. There must be a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. Of course, I've heard from some devils that there are nine-tribulation bodiless celestials in the devil clans. What kind of era are we in? Not only are there monsters like Duan Ling Tian and his wife, but there are also nine-tribulation bodiless celestials in the dragons and devils. Duan Ling Tian wants to fight the strongest devil in the devil clans? In my opinion, he's helping his wife arrange this battle. That's most likely the case. I have a friend who's a member of the dragons. He said Duan Ling Tian isn't strong enough to defeat the patriarch of the dragons. It's only because of his wife that the patriarch of the dragons died. When the humans heard Duan Ling Tian's voice, they began to discuss among themselves. The battle between Duan Ling Tian and the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans was between his wife and the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. And the reason why they thought so was naturally because of the strength that Duan Ling Tian's wife displayed when she killed the dragon's patriarch, which gave them a preconceived notion. What they didn't know was that Duan Ling Tian's wife had already left the Saint Province realm. She wouldn't be back for at least 1,000 years. Oh my God! It's that Duan Ling Tian. When the demons heard Duan Ling Tian's voice, their expressions changed. They had all heard of the strength of Duan Ling Tian's wife. They knew that she could instantly kill the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial dragons clan leader. The strongest expert of the devil clan was only a ninth tribulation scattered immortal like the leader of the dragons. Duan Ling Tian's wife, is she finally going to make a move? I've always been worried about the arrival of this day, but has this day finally arrived? When news of Duan Ling Tian's wife killing the leader of the dragons clan leader spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Saint Province realm. Initially, the devil clans did not believe it. However, after some verification, they had no choice but to believe it. At that time, all the devil clans knew that there was a ninth tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm. In the Saint Province realm, there was someone who was stronger than a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, she was the wife of a famous person in the Saint Province realm, Duan Ling Tian. She had killed the patriarch of the dragon clan, who was a 9 bodiless celestial, with ease. If Duan Lingtian's wife attacks us, how are we going to defend ourselves? Even the strongest devil in the devil clans wouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian's wife, right? At that time, the devil clans fell into a state of panic. There were even some cowardly demons who returned to their hometown, the Banished Realm, which was also known as the Land of Exile by the people in the Sanctuary Realm. Of course, most of the devil race still had hopes of getting lucky and stayed behind. Compared to the Land of Exile, the Saint Province Realm was like heaven to them. Not only was the heaven and earth spirit energy abundant, but it was also rich in cultivation resources. They were reluctant to leave. Most importantly, the strongest devil clans in the Saint Province Realm did not say anything. For this reason, the devil clans could only stay in the Saint Province Realm in fear. At this point, they had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's wife. However, today, Duan Lingtian had suddenly appeared and announced that he would challenge the strongest powerhouse in the devil clans to a duel in a month's time. This made them feel a sense of crisis. They felt the strongest devil in the Saint Province Realm was going to die. After all, Duan Lingtian's wife was someone who could kill the patriarch of the dragons in just a second. Moreover, the patriarch of the dragons was a 9 bodiless celestial. Half a month later, in the northern region, a glacier that had not melted for 10,000 years was originally calm. However, all of a sudden, the tranquility of the glacier was broken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind whistling in the air broke the calm on the glacier. It was a few swift figures, whizzing out from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, a hideous and terrifying void crack appeared in the void. These figures were like space rippers. As long as they passed through the void, nothing would remain intact. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A moment later, a total of 7 figures appeared in the sky above a corner of the glacier. They paused in the same space as if they had discussed this beforehand. Gentlemen, all of you are here for the battle between Duan Lingtian and Master Wu Ji, right? One of the middle-aged men dressed in green asked coldly as he looked at the other 6 people. It was not that he was trying to look cold, but he had always been like this. Usually, he would have a stern expression on his face that made him seem unapproachable. Yes, that's right. That's the reason we're here. The other 6 people nodded in agreement when they heard the middle-aged man's words. Bang! Not long after the 7 of them appeared in the sky above the glacier, a loud noise rang from the glacier beneath their feet. Immediately after, the glacier beneath their feet seemed to have suffered a heavy blow from the inside, and a series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on it. In the end, the cracks intertwined like a spider web on the glacier. Boom! When the spider web had expanded to a certain extent, another loud noise rang in the air. This time, the glacier where the spider web appeared was directly shattered by an extremely powerful force, turning into ice shards and powder that filled the sky. Then, it fell down and fell into the ice water that had appeared in the gap on the glacier. The ice shards and ice shards continued to fall into the icy water, splashing everywhere. All of you, why are you looking for me? An indifferent voice rang out. It seemed to have come from all directions, but no one knew where it had come from. His voice wasn't loud, but when it reached the ears of the 7 people, it caused their bodies to tremble. Master Wu Ji! Master Wu Ji! After the 7 people's bodies trembled, they recovered at the first moment. They respectfully bowed to the old man who seemed to appear out of thin air not far away. If someone from the devil clans who knew the 7 of them were here, they would be shocked to see the 7 of them. This was because the 7 of them were considered overlords in the devil clans. All of them were 8 bodiless celestials. The 7 bodiless celestials from the devil clans bowed respectfully at the old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, since the 7 bodiless celestials from the devil clans were so respectful to him, it was obvious who he was. He was none other than the only 9 bodiless celestial in the devil clans. Duan Lingtian. He's going to challenge me in 2 weeks. After learning about Duan Ling Tian's challenge from the 7-8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial Venerables from the Devil clans, the expression on the old man's face darkened immediately. Did he say that it was him or his wife who wanted to challenge me? The old man asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 7 people in front of him. In his opinion, Master Wu Ji was not an exception. Duan Ling Tian challenging him to a battle and Duan Ling Tian's wife challenging him to a battle were two completely different concepts. He had investigated the incident that happened in the Dragon Clan. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, the most he could do was fight the patriarch of the Dragon Clan to a draw. However, Duan Ling Tian's wife had killed the patriarch of the Dragon Clan with just a wave of her hand. If his opponent was Duan Ling Tian, he was confident he could fight the patriarch of the Dragon Clan to a draw since his strength was not inferior to the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. However, if his opponent was Duan Ling Tian's wife, he was not confident he could survive. After all, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan who was as strong as him had been killed in just a blink of an eye. He said he wants to challenge you, Master Wu Ji. However, he didn't say he won't let his wife interfere. One of the 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials said. The other 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials nodded in agreement. What do all of you think about this? The old man asked as he looked at the 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials. Although he was the only 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in the Devil clans and the strongest person in the Devil clans, he usually did not meddle in the affairs of the Devil clans. He only focused on his closed-door cultivation as he waited for the 10th Bodiless Celestial Tribulation. He would only make a move when the Devil clans required his help. In his opinion, there was no difference between staying in the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm. We can't say for sure. It's all up to you, Master Wu Ji. After all, if Duan Ling Tian's wife is here and wants to attack you, Master Limitless, you'll be in a very dangerous situation. An 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Devil clans said. That's right. Another 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial agreed. If you accept the challenge, your life will be in danger. I don't know what all of you think, but I don't want you to take the risk. Chapter 2553. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In just a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Under the anticipation of all the humans and saint beasts in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the day that Duan Lingtian had announced a month ago finally arrived. Early in the morning, a group of humans and devils gathered 1,000 miles north of Sin City in the central province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Generally speaking, wherever a large number of humans and demons gathered, a bloody battle would break out. However, on this day, the humans and demons seemed to have come to an agreement beforehand. They stood on opposite sides of each other in peace. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with the sound of wind whistling, more humans and demons arrived. Moreover, after these humans and demons arrived, they all entered their own camps. The human camp and the devil clans stood on opposite sides of each other. It was as though they were facing off against each other. Time continued to pass by. When it was almost noon, the number of people had dwindled. At this moment, the number of humans and devils present had reached a terrifying number. From afar, it was as though the number of people was endless. Why isn't he here yet? What's the rush? Duan Lingtian only said he's going to fight the strongest devil clans today, but he didn't say when he's going to come. It's only been half a day. Let's wait patiently. That's right. Are you worried that Duan Lingtian won't come? Don't forget that he's the one who initiated the battle today. I heard that Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Even if he can't defeat the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Devil clans, it's still impossible for the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial to defeat him. That's right. With Duan Lingtian's strength, the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Devil clans would at most come to a draw with Duan Lingtian. In the human camp, a group of people whispered among themselves as they discussed among themselves. The topic of their discussion was naturally one of the main characters today, Duan Lingtian. He was also a powerhouse among the humans. The news of Duan Lingtian coming to a draw with the clan leader of the dragons in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland had long spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland. For this reason, these humans knew Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an eminent celestial. Humph. So what if Duan Lingtian and that ninth tribulation loose immortal of the devil clan are evenly matched? Don't forget that his wife is someone who can kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Very quickly, someone snorted and said. His words immediately resonated strongly with the group of humans. That's right. Duan Lingtian's wife was someone who could kill a 9th tribulation loose immortal in a second. As long as she takes action today, the strongest expert of the devil clan, even if he is a 9th tribulation loose immortal, will definitely die. I'm just worried that the 9th tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan won't dare to show up. After all, he must have heard of Duan Lingtian's wife's strength. If that's the case, not only will the devil clan be humiliated today, but they'll also be facing a calamity. After all, Duan Lingtian has said a month ago that if the strongest expert of the devil clan doesn't show up, he'll annihilate all the devils. How domineering! How domineering! The group of humans present on the scene could not help but feel proud when they talked about this. After all, Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse among the humans. He was the pride of the humans. At the same time, he was also the hope of the humans to defeat the devil clans and drive them back to the land of exile. However, I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian, who gradually rose to fame in the Zoroastrianism, would have such accomplishments today. That's right. At that time, I thought it was already shocking for someone who came from the lower province to the upper province to make such a name for himself. But now, it seems like we've all underestimated him. Who would have thought that a young man from the lower province would have such incredible accomplishments when he's not even 100 years old? No matter what, it's our fortune to have him. Indeed. At the same time, many people could not help but exclaim when they recalled Duan Lingtian's past. After all, it could be said that they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's growth step by step until today. This time, as long as Duan Lingtian manages to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile, his name will go down in history and he'll become a legend like Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. No. If he manages to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile, he'll become a legend even more legendary than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. After all, not only is his strength on par with Feng Qingyang, but he has also made great contributions to the human race. That's right. His contributions to the human race are incomparable to Feng Qingyang. At this moment, many people could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian and his wife driving the devil clans back to the land of exile. Unlike the lively atmosphere in the human race, the devil clans were deathly silent. All the devils had gloomy expressions on their faces. Do you think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans will really come? A devil with a minotaur head and a human body asked the people around him. It's hard to say. If I were him, I don't think I'd come. After all, he might be able to deal with Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian's wife can easily kill him. It's normal for him not to come since he knows he's going to die. However, I still hope he'll come. After all, if he doesn't come today, Duan Lingtian will definitely kill us. I hope he'll come as well. There are 2 reasons why I'm still here and didn't return to the land of exile. Firstly, I hope he'll come. Secondly, I don't think Duan Lingtian will let me go even if I return to the land of exile. That's right. With Duan Lingtian and his wife's strength, if they want to kill us, it doesn't matter if we stay in the Saint Province realm or return to the land of exile. Most of the devils present on the scene did not think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would come to the land of exile with Duan Lingtian. However, they could not help but look forward to seeing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the land of exile. They hoped the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would come and protect them. Now, the majority of the devil race were looking forward to the arrival of the strongest expert of the devil race. At the same time, their hearts were filled with apprehension. They were deeply afraid that the strongest expert of the devil race would not come. If the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial did not come, their deaths would be certain. However, there were a small number of demons who were very calm. Almost all of these devils belonged to the human devil clan. He should be here soon, right? Huang Qi Ling, a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace and a friend of Duan Lingtian from the human devil clan, was present as well. Now, his eyes were filled with fervor and anticipation. It's a pity, sister, when Jing isn't coming. Huang Qi Ling could not help but sigh when he thought about the woman who was unwilling to come. Naturally, he knew why the woman was unwilling to come. After all, it was unlikely that Duan Lingtian would be alone in his battle with the devil clan's strongest powerhouse. His wife would most likely be with him as well. Master, is he finally going to appear? Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was also present. His eyes were filled with anticipation as well. He was eager to see his master, Duan Lingtian. Many people from the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls were also present. He's here. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed, which suppressed the hubbub of humans and demons at present. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard the voice. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, waves of swift wind whistling sounds were also transmitted from afar. It was clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to involuntarily look towards the source of the sound. The sound came from the north. In the north, a total of 8 figures were approaching at an insane speed. Of course, with their speed, only a few powerful bodiless celestials could vaguely catch sight of them. Master Wu Ji is here. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan exclaimed in surprise. It's Master Wu Ji. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan exclaimed excitedly. Master Wu Ji. Many devils were confused when they heard the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. However, after a while, they learned who Wu Ji was from some of the bodiless celestials. Master Wu Ji is the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. He's here. Like I said, we demons are indomitable. How could the strongest demon of our race admit defeat so easily? At the same time, the group of demon race cultivators' eyes lit up with excitement. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A total of 8 figures appeared between the human clan and the demon clan like ghosts, appearing before everyone's eyes. These 8 people were led by an old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, at this moment, this ordinary-looking old man had once again become the focus of everyone's attention. This old man is the strongest person in the devil clans. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Although the humans present on the scene were confident in Duan Lingtian and his wife, they could not help but gasp when they saw the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Their eyes were filled with dread as they looked at the old man. After all, Duan Lingtian had not arrived yet. If this old man were to suddenly go crazy and attack them, all of them would definitely die without a burial ground. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? I hope this 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans won't vent his anger on us because of Duan Lingtian's challenge. Duan Lingtian, hurry up and come. Chapter 2554. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. Just as all of the humans present were feeling extremely anxious, the devilish beings present all bowed respectfully toward the elderly man who was the leader of the group of 8. This was the first time most of them had seen the old man. Although it was their first time seeing the old man, they could not help but feel a sense of awe when they learned about his identity. Although the old man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, it took him a lot of courage to come here today. After all, not only did he have to face Duan Lingtian, but he also had to face Duan Lingtian's wife who was terrifyingly strong. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. When the group of devil clan members greeted the old man respectfully, it was especially ear-piercing when it reached the ears of the humans present. Moreover, it caused them to become even more anxious. After all, they did not know if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would choose to fight to the death. He's here. Duan Lingtian is here. Just as the group of humans were getting more and more anxious, someone among the group of humans yelled. The eyes of the humans lit up immediately as they looked left and right in an attempt to find Duan Lingtian. Over there. I see it. It's Duan Lingtian. Soon after, the humans saw two figures. In the west, two figures were walking side by side in the air. One of them was a purple-clad young man. He was tall and handsome, and he was no stranger to them. More than 90% of them had seen the purple-clad young man's portrait before. Duan Lingtian. When the group of humans locked their gazes on the purple-clad young man and confirmed his identity, they could not help but reveal a hint of excitement. She's Duan Lingtian's wife. She must be. There's only a woman by his side. Who else could it be if she's not his wife? Soon after, their eyes fell on the beautiful figure standing next to Duan Lingtian. They thought she was Duan Lingtian's wife who could kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. However, was the woman by Duan Lingtian's side his wife? The answer was naturally no. The person who had killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial was Duan Lingtian's wife, Kerr. On the other hand, Kerr was no longer in the Saint Province realm, the mundane realm, or even the Devata realms. Kerr was currently in the world of divine offering and would not be able to leave within the next 1,000 years. I've long heard from the dragons that the Duan Lingtian's wife is a peerless beauty. Now that I've seen her today, she really lives up to her reputation. She is indeed a peerless beauty. I'm afraid only a peerless genius like Duan Lingtian is worthy of such a beauty. At the very least, that's the case in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The group of people discussed among themselves as they looked at the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. Some of them even mistook her for Kerr, Duan Lingtian's wife. Although the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian was peerless and beautiful, she was not his wife, Kerr. Instead, she was Tang Xiao Xiao, a disciple of Tang sect who had returned from Yanghuang realm with Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, whoosh. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao Xiao walked side by side. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near the group of humans and devils. He's the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly landed on the leader of the 8 people hovering in the air between the group of humans and devils. He could vaguely guess the leader's identity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers around him confirming his guess. Whoosh, whoosh. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao Xiao arrived at the empty space between the group of humans and devils. They stood opposite the 8 people led by the strongest devil from the devil clans. You're Duan Lingtian? The strongest devil from the devil clans, the only 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans, had his eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian ever since Duan Lingtian had appeared. Now that Duan Lingtian was close to him, he could not help but ask for confirmation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently in response to the old man's question. A month ago, you said you wanted to challenge me to a duel. I wonder if you're going to fight me or ask your wife to do it. The old man asked bluntly. At the same time, he glanced at Tang Xiao Xiao who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he only glanced at Tang Xiao Xiao for a moment before he retracted his gaze. The reason he did this was because he was afraid he would anger Duan Lingtian's wife if he glanced at her too much, and he would be killed. He knew his own strength. He was not a match for Duan Lingtian's wife at all. Before he came here, he had already discussed this with the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans. If Duan Lingtian personally challenged him to a duel, he would accept the challenge and fight with Duan Lingtian even if it was a draw. However, if Duan Lingtian's wife challenged him to a duel, he would immediately admit defeat. Apart from that, he would also promise to lead all the devils out of the Saint Province realm to the exiled realm. This way, he would be able to save his life and save the devil clans from a calamity. My wife. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. When the humans and devils heard the old man's words, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they were curious about how Duan Lingtian would respond to the old man. The humans, naturally, hoped Duan Lingtian would ask his wife to fight. The devils, naturally, hoped that Duan Lingtian would personally make a move. That doesn't seem to be Brother Lingtian's wife, right? Huang Qi Ling, a disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, was stunned when he saw the black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. This was because he had seen Duan Lingtian's wife before. Duan Lingtian's wife did not look like this. Although this black-clothed woman had a peerless appearance that wasn't much inferior to Duan Lingtian's wife, she was extremely beautiful. She was not Duan Lingtian's wife. What's going on? Huang Qi-ling was dumbfounded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Even Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and the other human devils who had seen Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke, were dumbfounded. The black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian was not his wife who had killed the patriarch of the dragons. After all, they had seen Duan Lingtian's wife before. Your wife has the strength to kill a 9 bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. This is no longer a secret in the Saint Province realm. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and said confidently, "If you ask your wife to make a move today, I'll admit defeat. Moreover, I'll take the devils and leave the Saint Province realm with me and return to the realm of exile. If you fight, I'll fight you as well. Even if we end up in a draw, I'll still bring all the members of the devil clans back to the exiled realm. Naturally, I'll only do this for your wife's sake." The old man's words revealed another piece of information. The devil clans can leave the Saint Province realm and return to the exiled realm, but it's only for the sake of Duan Lingtian's wife, not Duan Lingtian. Ha ha ha, Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then, he burst out laughing. "Why are you laughing?" The old man frowned. "I'm laughing at you. You've never met my wife, and yet, you treat everyone as my wife." Duan Lingtian stopped laughing and said indifferently, "This person next to me is my friend, not my wife. My wife has already left the mundane realm. She won't interfere in the matters of the Saint Province realm." Duan Lingtian felt a stab of pain in his heart when he heard this. Ke, would they really have to wait for 1,000 years before they could meet again? What? She's not your wife. Although the old man was a 9 bodiless celestial, he could not help but lose his composure when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Tang Xiao Xiao's cultivation base was only that of an eminent celestial. As expected, she's not your wife. At this moment, the old man was certain. Previously, the old man had thought Tang Xiao Xiao was Duan Lingtian's wife who could kill a 9 bodiless celestial, so he did not dare to use his divine consciousness to investigate her. However, now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but extend his divine consciousness to verify Duan Lingtian's words. "If your wife is really not in the mundane realm and won't interfere in the matters of the Saint Province realm, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm." The old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He wondered if Duan Lingtian was deliberately deceiving him with his earlier words. "Are you so confident that I won't be able to defeat you?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly smiled brightly. Tang Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, could not help but sneer when she heard the old man's words. She mocked the old man for being too arrogant. "What? This black-clad woman isn't Duan Lingtian's wife? How's that possible? If she's not his wife, then who is she? If she's not his wife, why would he bring her here?" The humans present on the scene had been waiting for Duan Lingtian's wife to kill the 9 bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. However, Duan Lingtian had said, "Duan Lingtian, the devil clans are here." Chapter 2555. Moreover, Duan Lingtian said his wife has left the mundane realm and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Saint Province realm. Many people's faces turned pale when they recalled Duan Lingtian's words. He must be joking. I think he's joking as well. Even if his wife has left the mundane realm and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Saint Province realm. He shouldn't have said that, right? That's right. After all, he's not strong enough to defeat a 9 bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. After a few moments, the expressions of many people calmed down. They thought Duan Lingtian was joking. Joking? Do you think it's necessary for him to make such a joke? I don't think it's necessary for him to make such a joke. Since he has said so, I'm sure he believes Duan Lingtian as well. Many people from the human devil clan had met Duan Lingtian in the Dobasay subterranean, so they believed Duan Lingtian was strong enough to defeat him. Did you just say I'm not qualified for you to use your celestial supreme treasure? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans asked in a low voice. His expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He thought he had misheard Duan Lingtian. What? You're a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but you're so old. Are you deaf? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Good, good. Very good. Since you're so arrogant, I'd like to see how you're going to fight me without using your celestial supreme treasure. The old man was infuriated by Duan Lingtian, and his expression changed rapidly. In the end, he could no longer hold it in when he suddenly shouted out. Bang! His body swayed as he stomped his feet in the air, leaving a huge hole in the void. As soon as the huge pit appeared, it was torn apart again, pulling out a hideous and terrifying void crack. Boom! 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 When the old man rushed out, his entire body seemed to have turned into a cannonball as he headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Everywhere it passed, the void would tremble, and the sound of air exploding would rise and fall continuously. Countless cracks in the void would also be torn open, looking particularly ferocious. Just looking at it would make one's scalp go numb. Bang! A moment later, the old man was already not far away from Duan Lingtian. With a shake of his arms, a vast and boundless power seemed to have transformed into a terrifying beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Duan Lingtian. His domineering aura caused people to involuntarily feel fear. That's all you got? Just as the old man attacked with all his might like a ferocious beast pouncing towards Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. His tone was full of mockery. Your strength is only comparable to that of the former leader of the dragons. It seems that I have overestimated you, Duan Lingtian said calmly. Shameless boasting. The old man shouted coldly. His tone was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. You'll know whether I'm shameless boasting or not soon enough. Duan Lingtian's tone was still as calm as before. However, when he spoke again, he made a move. Whoosh. When he raised his hand, his back was slightly bent into the shape of a bow. Then, he suddenly exerted his strength and his arm shot out like a dragon in the direction where the old man was charging towards. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Duan Lingtian's arm shot out like a dragon, dazzling white lights shot out from his open palm. They were all condensed sword lights. These sword rays whistled out from Duan Lingtian's palm. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into thousands of sword rays. In the next moment, these thousands of sword rays turned into tens of thousands of sword rays and formed a mysterious sword formation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the sword formation was formed, it shot out without any hesitation, leaving behind more than a dozen afterimages. This was the profundity of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that Duan Lingtian had cast. Boom! When the afterimages of the sword formation merged with the sword formation shone brightly as an even more powerful aura surged out from it. How's this possible? At this moment, the old man who was charging towards Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the terrifying aura from the sword formation. It was definitely stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Under normal circumstances, only a golden celestial from the Devata realms would be able to unleash such power. Boom! The old man's expression changed drastically as his body swelled up like a balloon before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the midst of the blood mist, one could vaguely see bits and pieces of golden light twinkling. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's sword formation easily destroyed the old man's all-out attack that seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast. Apart from that, it also destroyed the cloud of blood mist that the old man had turned into. Chapter 2556. Although Duan Lingtian did not use his celestial supreme treasure, he was still able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was extremely fast. However, with his current strength, even without using his celestial supreme treasure, his strength was much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that he had mastered, was not an ordinary divine ability from the Devata realms. It was one of the most powerful offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. After using this ability, his attack power would increase by an entire 3 levels compared to before using this ability. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Without using his celestial sword, Duan Lingtian's sword formation was comparable to the attack of the weakest golden celestial in the Devata realms. However, even the weakest golden celestial in the Devata realms was much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. No matter how weak a golden celestial was, he was still a golden celestial. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial's strength was only comparable to a peak heavenly celestial in the Devata realms. In the Devata realms, golden celestials were above heavenly celestials. The weakest golden celestial was not comparable to the strongest heavenly celestial. For this reason, apart from Duan Lingtian and his opponent, only the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans could clearly see the sword formation that Duan Lingtian had cast. As for the others, they could only hear the sound of sword whistling in the air. How's this possible? He doesn't have a celestial supreme treasure, but he's still so strong. He easily defeated Limitless Master's full-powered attack, and even forced Limitless Master to use the demonic blood escape. Heavens! What kind of monster is Duan Lingtian? I thought he had to use a celestial supreme treasure to fight the Patriarch of the Dragons to a draw. Based on his strength, he should be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial even without a celestial supreme treasure, right? He's pretending to be weak all this while. The 7/8 tribulation loose celestials of the Devil clan were shocked because they had vaguely seen Duan Lingtian's means. It took them a long time to calm down. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the Duan Lingtian had such strength. With the strength that he has displayed so far, even if he is not as strong as his wife, he is not much weaker, right? This Duan Lingtian and his wife. Where did they come from? How could someone from the Dobasay subterranean in the Sanctuary realm achieve such heaven-defying achievements in less than 100 years? The 7/8 tribulation loose immortals of the Devil clan felt it was inconceivable. However, no matter how inconceivable it was, the facts were right in front of them. They had to believe it. I take back what I just said. Your strength is still slightly stronger than that of the Dragon's clan leader. At the very least, if the Patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader was in his place, he would have died from my earlier attack. When the others regained their senses, Duan Lingtian suddenly shifted his gaze to the northeast as though he was talking to the air. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people present on the scene were shocked to see. A blood-red light suddenly appeared in the area Duan Lingtian was looking at. After the blood-red light appeared, it began to boil and churn before it turned into a bloody mist. Then, it shrunk at lightning speed and reverted to a human figure. Finally, a familiar figure appeared before their eyes. Master Wu Ji. What's Master Wu Ji doing? The people from the Devil clan were stunned when they saw the familiar figure standing in the northeast. At this moment, the person who appeared in the northeast was none other than the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devil clans. He was the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devil clans who had survived Duan Lingtian's attack. However, the current old man seemed to be much weaker than before. At the very least, he seemed to have aged a lot compared to before. Everyone present on the scene could see this. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan seems to be injured. Moreover, it seems like he's severely injured. What on earth happened just now? Didn't he attack Duan Lingtian? How did he run so far away in just a blink of an eye? That's right. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, remained motionless on the spot from the beginning until the end. Some of the humans with weaker cultivation bases looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had no idea what had happened earlier. Although there were no 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among the humans present on the scene, there were a few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although they could not see what had happened as clearly as the 7/8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Devil clan, they could still see what had happened earlier. Not only did Duan Lingtian have the upper hand in the fight with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan, but he had almost killed his opponent. At the critical moment, his opponent seemed to have used some technique to escape. The technique Master Wu Ji used earlier seems to be the heavenly devil blood escape that no one in the Devil clan has managed to cultivate for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Devil clans regained his senses and began to recall what he had seen earlier. He could not help but cry out in surprise when he recalled what had happened earlier. Heavenly devil blood escape? Upon hearing the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan, the other devils present on the scene were shocked as well. It was not a secret that the Devil clan was skilled in the blood escape technique. Even some demonic cultivators knew how to use the blood escape technique. However, there were different grades of blood escape technique. The heavenly devil blood escape technique was the strongest blood escape technique that the devils in the mundane realms could master. As for the blood escape technique that the devils in the Devata realms mastered, it could only be used in the Devata realms. In the mundane realms, there was no blood escape technique that was comparable to the heavenly devil blood escape technique. The heavenly devil blood escape technique did not have a huge side effect. It would only drain 10% of the user's strength in an instant. Moreover, there would be side effects in the user's body, making it impossible for the user to recover his strength in a short time. Generally speaking, unless one's life is in danger, very few people would use the heavenly devil blood escape technique. Because once I use this blood escape technique, it means that I won't be able to recover my full strength for a period of time. I didn't expect Master Wu Ji to have cultivated the heavenly devil blood escape technique. For him to use the heavenly devil blood escape technique at this moment means he's in danger. Danger? Do you mean Duan Lingtian almost killed Master Wu Ji earlier? That's very likely. The group of devils was shocked by the old man's ability to cultivate the heavenly devil blood escape technique. At the same time, they could vaguely guess what was going on. Heavenly devil blood escape technique? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man calmly. Interesting. Now, do you still think that I was boasting shamelessly earlier? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at the old man. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man's face turned pale. His eyes dimmed as he sighed. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian's wife isn't the only one whose strength is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Even Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. If your attack earlier had been boosted by a celestial supreme treasure, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to use the heavenly devil blood escape technique. The old man said. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the instant that the elderly man's voice trailed off, the expressions of all of the devilish beings present changed drastically. Based on Wu Ji's words and the fact that Wu Ji had used the heavenly devil blood escape technique to escape, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. After all, Duan Lingtian was stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, Duan Lingtian had yet to use his celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian is really good at hiding his strength. As it turns out, he's not any weaker than his wife. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to actually possess such a formidable strength. At this time, apart from a few demonic humans, the rest of the demonic humans were very disappointed. They only had one thought left in their minds: they hoped Duan Lingtian would let them go. Based on the current situation, the devil clans had been utterly defeated. There was no way they would be able to turn the situation around. In contrast to the disappointment of the devilish beings, all of the humans present wore excited looks on their faces. Heavens! As it turns out, Duan Lingtian is actually so strong. Based on what the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans said, Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to Duan Lingtian's wife. That seems to be the case. At the very least, he's not a match for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian didn't even use his celestial supreme treasure. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would be even stronger. To think that I thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant. It seems like I've underestimated him. You're not the only one who underestimated him. All of us underestimated him as well. When the humans present on the scene recalled how they had thought Duan Ling Tian was arrogant, they felt their faces burning. Reality had given them a slap in the face. This caused them to feel somewhat ashamed. If I'm not mistaken, the heavenly demon blood escape you used just now, other than being able to dodge my attack, you can also escape far away and out of my sight. It can even prevent me from finding you. Chapter 2557. Just now, you could have escaped on your own and saved your own life. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man curiously. If I wanted to protect myself, I wouldn't have come here today. The old man was no longer in high spirits. He looked like an old man in his twilight years with a wry smile on his face. After all, before I came, I thought that your wife would come with you. I've confirmed your wife's strength is comparable to a golden celestial in a Devata realm, the old man said. So you're doing this for your clansmen? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Yes. The old man did not deny it. At your cultivation base, you're only one step away from passing the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation and ascending to the Devata realm to become a golden celestial. Is it worth it for you to do this? Duan Lingtian asked again. It's not worth it. You said they're my clansmen, the old man said. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. After hearing the old man's words, the group of demon tribesmen was moved, and their faces were filled with excitement. The human devils knew Duan Ling Tian would not lay a finger on them even if he wanted to annihilate the entire devil clan. When they heard the old man's words, they could not help but feel respect for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and said solemnly, I hope you'll spare my clansmen after I die. After I die, the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials will lead my clansmen to leave the Saint Province realm and return to the exiled realm. At that time, my clansmen will personally repair the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm to return peace to the Saint Province realm. A hint of pleading could be heard in the old man's voice when he spoke. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. The group of devils was moved by the old man's words. When did I say I'm going to kill you? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the old man indifferently. Why you not going to kill me? The old man trembled slightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. The group of devils looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly, hoping Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. Duan Lingtian did not respond to the old man's question. Instead, he said indifferently, apart from the human devils who want to stay in the Saint Province realm, I'll give you 3 months to bring the rest of them out of the Saint Province realm. Half a month ago, I went to the Phoenix clan and gave each of the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials a celestial supreme treasure. Don't think you can play any tricks after I ascend. Even after I've ascended, I'll still be able to deal with you. Duan Lingtian. The old man could not help but feel envious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not possess any celestial supreme treasures. However, the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan possessed celestial supreme treasures. The 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were envious when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, they were envious of the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan. They were both 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, but why were they so lucky? Let's go. Since the matter with the devil clans had been resolved, Duan Lingtian did not intend to stay here any longer. He turned to look at Tang Xiao Xiao who was standing next to him. Then, he casually tore a tear in space and brought her into it. Everyone could only see his back as he left. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's back. Before Duan Lingtian left, he was afraid Duan Lingtian would go back on his words and kill him. Master Wu Ji. Although Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a golden celestial from the Devata realms, he's only an ethereal immortal. However, his cultivation base is only at the level of an eminent celestial at most. We can find a bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique and use a soul attack to kill him, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans said through voice transmission. Humph. However, when the old man heard the voice transmission from the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, he scoffed and said, It's true that he's an eminent celestial, but are you sure his wife is also an eminent celestial? If his wife isn't, the devil clans will be annihilated after he dies. Moreover, even if we find a bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, it's too risky to ambush him with his current strength. If he notices us, he'll be able to kill the bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. The 7 tribulation bodiless celestial no longer dared to say anything else. All of you stay in Sin City. I'll look for all of you after I'm done with my business here. Before Duan Lingtian left, he said goodbye to 2 familiar faces in the devil clans. They were Huang Qi Ling, a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Both of them were excited when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. This meant that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. In the end, that godlike man did not forget about them. Whoosh, whoosh. After Duan Lingtian brought Tang Xiao Xiao through the tear in space, they left the upper province and arrived at the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. To him, the devil clans had already left. The matter with the devil clans was finally resolved. Even if the celestial ascension force suddenly appeared and pulled him to a Devata realm, he no longer had to worry about the devil clans returning. After all, he had a backup plan. The 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan were his backup plan. After the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials obtained the celestial supreme treasures from him, their strength was on par with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. If the 2 of them joined forces, they might be able to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. As for the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans, he only needed 1-8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Phoenix clan to deal with them. Cloud Continent. After bringing Tang Xiao Xiao back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land for long. Instead, he immediately headed south. It did not take long before he arrived at Cloud Continent, his hometown in this life. To Duan Lingtian, Cloud Continent was divided into the foreign lands and the 10 great dynasties. After all, he was from one of the 10 great dynasties on Cloud Continent. His family and friends were there as well. This time, he did not intend to disturb them. He just wanted to hide in the dark and watch them quietly without affecting their lives. At least, he would be able to resolve one of the things that had been bothering him before he left the Sanctuary Realm. He planned to return to Yanghuang Realm and wait for the Celestial Ascension Force to arrive in Yanghuang Realm after he was done with his business in the Saint Province Realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was most likely unaware that he was in a hurry to leave the Saint Province Realm. He was in a hurry to leave the Saint Province Realm because he was afraid he would miss Ku-Er and his family members if he continued to stay in the Saint Province Realm. Whenever he thought of them, he would feel a stab of pain in his heart. At the same time, he hated himself for being so useless. I wonder what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon I'll be able to trigger on Cloud Continent with my current strength. Duan Lingtian still remembered that his hometown, Cloud Continent, was an extremely special place, and that was because when one revealed one's strength here, it would draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and condense the phenomenon of heaven and earth. It could be the silhouette of an ancient mammoth, ancient horned dragon, or, boom. Duan Lingtian was excited. With just a thought, the energy in his body surged out along the 99 saint veins like a wild horse. It seemed to have transformed into a vast flame that shrouded his entire body. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a series of noises above his head. He could not help but look up, curious about what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon he would be able to trigger. However, when Duan Lingtian looked up, he was dumbfounded. The heaven and earth energy above his head had gathered like dark clouds. The dark clouds seemed to cover the sky, but there was no sign of any heaven and earth phenomenon. Do I have to wait a little longer? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian stood still and waited for a while. However, there was still no sign of any change in the dark clouds in the sky. What are you doing? Tang Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, could not help but ask. She could not help but feel puzzled. She had no idea what Duan Lingtian was doing. After Duan Lingtian explained it to her, She tried to mobilize her own energy to trigger the heaven and earth energy. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon she triggered was no different from Duan Lingtian's. Dark clouds billowed, but there was no sign of any elephants or dragons. I think our strength is too high, so the heaven and earth energy in this area won't be able to trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon you mentioned. Tang Xiao Xiao guessed. That's the only explanation. Duan Lingtian nodded and gave up. Achem. Duan Lingtian was about to give up and return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with Tang Xiao Xiao when he suddenly came to a halt. It was as though he had encountered an unexpected situation. What's wrong? Tang Xiao Xiao stopped moving and looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on her face. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond to Tang Xiao Xiao's question. Instead, he raised his hand. A jade token that was shining with a mysterious light appeared in his hand. This jade token. Didn't that senior leave you this jade token? Tang Xiao Xiao recognized the jade token. It was given to Duan Lingtian by the powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land who called himself Xie Jie. At this moment, whoosh, when Duan Lingtian let go of his hand, the profound light on the jade token suddenly skyrocketed. Then, it flew toward the south at a rapid speed. It was as though it was leading the way. Chapter 2558. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the jade token flying toward the south and leaving behind a streak of dark green light. However, he was only stunned for a moment before he brought Tang Xiao Xiao along with him. Although the jade slip was not slow, it was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian's speed. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao Xiao had caught up with them. What's going on? Tang Xiao Xiao asked Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on her face. Don't ask me. In response to Tang Xiao Xiao's question, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he followed the jade token that was flying south. I don't know what's going on as well. Earlier, I discovered that it was lying in my spatial ring. When I took it out, it began to vibrate as though it wanted to break free from my restraints. Then, I let go of my hand, and that's it. Duan Lingtian looked at the dark green jade slip in front of him when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, the dark green jade slip shone brighter and brighter. Even Duan Lingtian could feel its emotions at this moment. That was the emotion of excitement. Although it was just an inanimate object, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited. I see. At the same time, Tang Xiao Xiao's eyes fell on the jade slip again. It seems like it's trying to take you somewhere. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, his heart was filled with confusion. He did not know why the jade slip was acting strangely. Moreover, where was it trying to take him? Swoosh. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and something else appeared in his hand. It was a sword. This sword was different from ordinary swords. Most swords were 3 feet long. This was also the reason why swords were called 3 feet long. However, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was only 1 foot long. It looked like an elongated dagger. At first glance, this sword gave people the feeling that it was a jade product similar to a jade slip. However, when Duan Lingtian held the sword in his hand, he could feel that the material used to forge this sword might be jade, but it was definitely not ordinary jade. This sword, at this moment, Tang Xiao Xiao's eyes landed on the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. She remembered. This sword was left to Duan Lingtian by Xie Jie, a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land. Xie Jie had left 2 things for Duan Lingtian. One was a sword, and the other was a jade slip. The jade slip was leading the way while the sword was in Duan Lingtian's hand. Third uncle is a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land. The thing he left for me must be extraordinary. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the 1-foot short sword in his hand. When Xie Jie had given him these 2 things, he had put them away absent-mindedly before he rushed back. After returning, he had been so busy that he had forgotten about these 2 things. Earlier, the jade slip that was shrouded in a mysterious light had started to vibrate in his spatial ring. This had caught his attention. Otherwise, he would have left them hanging for a while longer. This sword, Duan Lingtian could not see anything special about the sword in his hand. It did not look like a celestial supreme treasure, But it did not look like a weapon from the mundane realms either. Buzz, 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 buzz. However, when Duan Ling Tian tried to mobilize a trace of energy and sent it into the foot-long short sword in his hand, the foot-long short sword began to vibrate at an exaggerated frequency. In the next moment, the changes that happened to the short sword caused Duan Ling Tian to be dumbstruck. After the short sword trembled violently, its body began to crack inch by inch, giving off a feeling that it was about to shatter. Crack, 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 crack. After a short moment, a series of clear sounds resonated. It was the 1-inch short sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand that directly shattered into pieces after cracks that resembled spider webs appeared on the body of the sword. It's destroyed just like that. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he saw this. Was this sword really left for him by a powerhouse from the divine offering land? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though Xia Jie was toying with him. However, just as Duan Ling Tian thought Xia Jie was toying with him, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Boy, the sword I left for you is called the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. It's a Devata artifact. Duan Ling Tian could tell it was Xia Jie's voice. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out why Xia Jie's voice would appear at this moment. Xia Jie must have done something to the broken sword in his hand. 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword? A Devata artifact. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard Xia Jie's words. The sword that he had accidentally destroyed in just a blink of an eye was a Devata artifact. However, just as Duan Ling Tian's mouth was twitching, his eyes widened as though he had seen something shocking. He stared unwaveringly at the 1-foot-long short sword that was in tatters. A faint crimson light suddenly rose from the broken short sword. As soon as the crimson light appeared, it gradually transformed into the shape of a sword and a crimson sword chi. After the red sword gleam appeared, a faint orange light appeared in the broken dagger. After this orange light appeared, it quickly condensed into an orange sword gleam. After the orange sword chi, a yellow sword chi appeared. After the yellow sword chi, a green sword chi appeared. After the green sword chi, a green sword chi appeared. After the green sword chi, a blue sword chi appeared. After the blue sword chi, a purple sword chi appeared. A total of 7 sword rays appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes in the form of a rainbow. While Duan Ling Tian was in a daze, Tang Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to him, was also stunned. She did not know what was going on at all. Watch out! Tang Xiao Xiao cried out in surprise when she saw the broken pieces of the short sword flying toward Duan Ling Tian's hand that was holding the broken pieces of the short sword. Unfortunately, Tang Xiao Xiao's warning was too late. In fact, even if Tang Xiao Xiao had warned Duan Ling Tian earlier, Duan Ling Tian would not have dodged the sudden attack. This was because Xia Jie's voice rang in his ears once again. As long as you infuse your energy into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, its illusory body will shatter. At the same time, it will absorb your blood and recognize you as its master. As soon as Xia Jie's words left his mouth, the shard cut Duan Ling Tian's palm, leaving behind a cut that was neither deep nor shallow. Blood began to seep out of the cut. Huh! In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian saw that the 7 colored sword lights that were originally floating in front of him seemed to be attracted by something at this moment, and all of them whizzed out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 7 streaks of 7 colored sword light whizzed out, but they swept toward the wound on his palm that was bleeding. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to endure the pain, he realized something. When the 7 colored sword rays came into contact with the wound on his palm, they did not cause any harm to him. They only merged with the blood on the wound and into his palm, causing him to feel numb. What's going on? Even Tang Xiao Xiao could see what was going on during this process. After the blood that seeped out of the wound on Duan Ling Tian's palm merged with the 7 colored sword rays, it strangely entered Duan Ling Tian's wound. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian's wound also began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. A scar appeared on Duan Ling Tian's palm. This scar. Tang Xiao Xiao muttered. Both Tang Xiao Xiao and Duan Ling Tian were attracted by the scar on Duan Ling Tian's palm. If it was just an ordinary scar, they would not have paid attention to it. However, The problem was, this scar was in the shape of a sword. At the same time, Xie Jie's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. After the 7 orifices exquisite sword has acknowledged you as its master, it will appear with a thought. If you don't need it, it will disappear with a thought. Of course, it won't really disappear. It will just merge with your body. Upon hearing Xie Jie's words, Duan Lingtian hurriedly looked into his body. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any trace of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body. According to Third Uncle's message, didn't he say the 7 orifices exquisite sword has merged with my body? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Chem. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt something extra in his body. Moreover, it was not just a certain part of his body. Instead, it was his entire body, including his blood and bones. There seemed to be something extra in his body. Could it be that the 7 orifices exquisite sword has fused into my body, appearing at random places and fusing into my body? Duan Lingtian seemed to have an epiphany, but he was not certain. The 7 orifices exquisite sword. In the end, Duan Lingtian relaxed his body. With just a thought, he looked at the sword-shaped scar on his right palm. He discovered something else. Almost as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a constantly changing sword light appeared in his right hand. The changing colors were the 7 colors of the rainbow. The sword light only changed for a moment before it quickly solidified and turned into a completely transparent sword. It was as though it was made of glass from Duan Lingtian's previous life. At this moment, Xie Jie's voice rang again. This 7 orifices exquisite sword is a relic left behind by an old friend of mine. Although it's a Devata artifact, it has lost its sword soul. Chapter 2559. A top celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Xie Jie's words. A top-notch immortal artifact referred to a top-notch immortal supreme treasure. He knew this. Previously, he had accidentally obtained the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. According to the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Elder Hua, it was a supreme celestial supreme treasure. However, it was damaged so it could not unleash its full power. A top celestial supreme treasure was extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Huilaro had mentioned this before. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian had also heard Elder Hua mention the Devata artifact once. He knew the Devata divine weapons were rarer than top celestial supreme treasures. They were usually in the hands of heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Moreover, Devata divine weapons had souls. As for the details of the Devata artifact, Duan Lingtian did not know much about it. Since Elder Hua did not elaborate, he did not ask. After all, he was too far away from a Devata artifact in the past. He did not expect he would be able to obtain a Devata artifact in the near future. According to Third Uncle's words, this Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, has lost its soul. That's why it's only comparable to a top celestial weapon. After all, Xie Jie had met Huilaro in the past and learned about top celestial weapons and Devata artifacts from Huilaro. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian was surprised that Xie Jie had left a Devata artifact for him, he remained calm and did not lose his composure. After all, he was someone who had obtained a top celestial weapon in the past. Although the top celestial weapon was damaged, it was still a top celestial weapon. Moreover, there was a spirit in it who treated him like a teacher and a friend. However, compared to the celestial sword in my possession, this sword is on a completely different level. In fact, it's even more powerful than the Jasper celestial sword in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. When Duan Lingtian held the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand, he was certain of this after experimenting a few times. For a moment, even though he had come into contact with a top-notch immortal artifact like the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in the past, he still could not help but feel excited. After all, the 7 treasures jewel pagoda was only a damaged top-grade immortal artifact, while the 7 orifices jewel sword was a perfect top-grade immortal artifact. To be more precise, it was originally a Devata artifact that was even more powerful than a top-tier celestial weapon. However, due to the loss of its soul, it was only comparable to a top-tier celestial weapon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Lingtian did not use any technique at all. He merely infused his eminent celestial energy into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Sword rays shot out from the tip of the sword and tore through space, leaving terrifying rifts in the void. After all, if it was an ordinary celestial sword, Duan Lingtian would not be able to tear through space. This sword seems extraordinary. Tang Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise when she saw the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand after Duan Lingtian put it away. Of course, it's extraordinary. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood after obtaining a divine weapon. When he heard Tang Xiao Xiao's words, he smiled faintly and said, "This sword of mine is considered one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms. Do you think it's ordinary?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Tang Xiao Xiao. However, Tang Xiao Xiao was still in a daze when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. This was because she was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Was it considered one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms? Was it not a top celestial supreme treasure? Tang Xiao Xiao was a member of the Tang sect, and the Tang sect had a long history in Yanghuang realm. Therefore, she knew a lot about top celestial supreme treasures. In the legends of Yanghuang realm, there were many top immortal supreme treasures, but they were all legendary existences. Tang Xiao Xiao had never seen or heard of any forces in Yanghuang realm possessing an immortal supreme treasure of such level. However, Duan Lingtian had just told her that it was a top celestial supreme treasure. The seemingly transparent 3 feet long blade in his hand was actually a legendary supreme treasure of immortals. Ah! Are you telling the truth? After a long while, Tang Xiao Xiao finally regained her senses and asked in shock. Why would I lie to you? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile. With just a thought, the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand melted into a puddle of water and disappeared into the sword-shaped scar on his palm. It was as though it had never been there. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the 7 orifices exquisite sword's presence. It was as though it had merged with his body. I forgot. Senior Xie Jie left this sword for you. After calming down, Tang Xiao Xiao recalled the origin of the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Xie Jie, a powerhouse from the divine offering land, had left it for Duan Lingtian before he left. In front of Senior Xie Jie, even those who came from the divine offering land like Senior Xie Jie, who looked down on the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. With Senior Xie Jie's means, it's not surprising that he left you a top celestial supreme treasure. A hint of envy could be seen in Tang Xiao Xiao's eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, it was a top celestial supreme treasure. Who would not want it? The divine offering land, Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Tang Xiao Xiao's words. The words world of divine offering were like a thorn in his heart that was difficult to remove. I'm sorry. When Tang Xiao Xiao saw Duan Lingtian had fallen silent and his expression darkened, it was not difficult for her to guess that Duan Lingtian must have recalled something unpleasant. Therefore, she could not help but apologize. She had heard about Duan Lingtian's past from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, she knew Duan Lingtian had buried the pain in the depths of his heart. When she mentioned the divine offering land, she was undoubtedly rubbing salt into Duan Lingtian's wound. It's fine. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. His expression softened slightly as he shook his head. There are some things that I can't help but think about even if no one says it. If I blame you, it would be akin to burying my head in the sand. Although Tang Xiao Xiao's emotions had fluctuated greatly earlier, she did not say anything. After all, it was his own fault. Duan Lingtian did not blame Tang Xiao Xiao. I believe you'll be strong enough to gain the approval of your wife's father and reunite with her after 1,000 years, Tang Xiao Xiao said solemnly. Thank you. Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude with a smile on his face. Chem. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tang Xiao Xiao's expression changed drastically as though she had sensed something. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he saw the change in Tang Xiao Xiao's expression. I'm afraid I'll have to leave the mundane realm before you do. Tang Xiao Xiao smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Then, his eyes brightened as though he had just recalled something. Your celestial ascension force. Is it coming? I sensed it. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and sighed. I didn't expect the celestial ascension force to come in less than 10 years after I passed the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid I'll have to leave this time. This is a good thing. Why do you sound like you're going to be tortured? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, no matter when we meet again, I'll never forget that my life belongs to you. Tang Xiaoxiao said solemnly as she looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. You don't have to say that again. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words, he immediately denied it. Your life is yours, not mine. As for killing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion, I was merely helping my friend. I didn't intend to gain anything from it. I, Duan Lingtian, always do as I please. So you don't owe me anything. Duan Lingtian had a serious expression on his face when he finished speaking. Boom. Just as Tang Xiaoxiao was about to open her mouth to say something, a deafening sound that sounded like a bolt from the blue tore through the sky and swept across the land. This is the celestial ascension force. As soon as the thunderous sound rang in the air, Duan Lingtian vaguely sensed something. A seemingly invincible force went through him and enveloped Tang Xiaoxiao, making her fly. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a flash before his eyes. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao was shrouded by the ray of light, it seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Tang Xiaoxiao disappeared along with it. She ascended just like that. From the moment the celestial ascension force appeared and brought Tang Xiaoxiao away, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so quick that Duan Lingtian was unable to react in time. It was not that he was slow, but the celestial ascension force had appeared too quickly. I hope you'll be fine in the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian only treated Tang Xiaoxiao as an ordinary friend, they had been together for quite some time. He could not help but feel a little sad that Tang Xiaoxiao was leaving so suddenly. All good things must come to an end. I hope we'll meet again in the Devata realm. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian suppressed the reluctance in his heart and continued to follow the jade token Xia Jie left behind. The Crimson Sky Kingdom. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. Chapter 2560. In general, Duan Lingtian's hometown in this life was the Saint Province realm. In general, it was the Dobasay subterranean, the Cloud Continent, the 10 Great Dynasties, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had many memories in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Most of his friends and family on the Cloud Continent were in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time, he came back mainly because he wanted to see his old friends and family. He wanted to take a look at them from afar without disturbing them. However, he did not expect the dark green jade token that Xia Jie had left for him would bring him back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom before he could return. Its speed actually slowed down? What surprised Duan Lingtian the most was that after the jade token brought him into the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, its speed actually slowed down, and it became slower and slower. Could it be that the place it's bringing me to is in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian was confused. He remembered that after he triggered the message Xia Jie had left on the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, Xia Jie had told him about the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword and the dark green jade token. According to Xia Jie, he had obtained the jade token by chance. This jade slip was something he'd obtained by chance. Moreover, when he'd just obtained this jade slip, there was a message left on the jade slip to remind him. It said, "Don't worry. Only those who possess 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secret in the jade token." Xia Jie had been trying to decipher the secret in the jade token for many years, but to no avail. However, there was one thing Xia Jie was certain of. The jade token was not simple. He was not the only one who could not destroy the jade token. Even his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, could not leave a mark on the jade token. I've only met people with 98 heavenly veins in my life, and I've met more than 1 or 2 people with 99 heavenly veins. However, I've never met anyone with 99 heavenly veins. I've never even heard of anyone with 99 heavenly veins. This was Xia Jie's message. When I first obtained the jade token, I didn't know who left a message on the jade token. It reminded me that only those who possess 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secret in the jade token. However, I didn't think much of it since I didn't think such a person existed. It was only when I met you that I learned there's someone with 99 heavenly veins in this world. I've never heard of anyone with 99 heavenly veins in the Devata realms, the Divine Offering Land, or realms similar to the Divine Offering Land. Take your time to uncover the secret in the jade token. Both my elder brother and I think this jade token is extraordinary. Xia Jie's message ended there. Although Xia Jie's message was Xia's end world, the jade token did not leave a message. The dark green jade slip leading the way was not an ordinary jade slip. There should be some kind of secret hidden in it, and it was not a small secret. Only someone with 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secrets. Why does it sound so far-fetched? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and gradually stopped thinking about it. His attention was completely focused on the jade token that was leading the way for him. Where does it want to take me? Duan Ling Tian followed the jade token all the way forward. The jade token's speed became slower and slower, and he slowed down as well, always following behind the jade token. Fresh Breeze Town is just up ahead. He followed the jade token into Swallow Mountain County, passed by Aurora City, and finally arrived at Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was the starting point for him in this life. It stopped. The jade token suddenly stopped when it was a few dozen miles away from Fresh Breeze Town. Duan Lingtian did the same when he saw the jade token had stopped. All of a sudden, swoosh, the jade slip suddenly trembled and fell from the sky as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian followed like a shadow, and he followed the jade token to descend into a desolate mountain range. Although this mountain range was near Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Lingtian had never been here before. He had never even heard of anyone coming here before. Duan Lingtian naturally knew the reason why no one had come here. When he followed the jade slip and landed on the ground, he saw something else. The terrain around this barren mountain range was steep. With the strength of Fresh Breeze Town's cultivators, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to climb over the steep terrain. As for powerful cultivators, they wouldn't stay in the small Fresh Breeze Town. Just like Duan Lingtian in the past. After he had a certain amount of strength, he left Fresh Breeze Town and went to Aurora City. Water flows downwards, and people walk upwards. This was an immutable truth. That is, soon after, Duan Lingtian followed the jade token and arrived at one of the valleys in the desolate mountain range. At first glance, the valley was completely barren. However, the jade token was hovering above a black rock. Although the black rock's color was darker than the other rocks in the valley, Duan Lingtian would not have thought there was anything special about it if it was not for the fact that the jade token was hovering above it. It brought me all the way here just to find this stupid rock. Duan Lingtian was speechless. However, even though he was speechless, Duan Lingtian still walked up to the black rock and casually picked it up. He wanted to see what was so special about it that made the jade token given to him by Xia Jie bring him all the way here. However, just as Duan Lingtian picked up the black rock, a voice rang in his ears. When this voice entered his ears, it caused him to be dumbstruck again. After a long while, he had a strange expression on his face. The secret of this rock can only be deciphered by someone with 99 heavenly veins. That was the rough meaning of the voice. Third uncle said that when he obtained the jade token, a voice reminded him that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher the secret of this jade token. Duan Lingtian looked at the jade token hovering in the air before he looked at the black rock in his hand. Now that I've picked up this rock, a voice reminded me that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher the secret of this rock. Duan Lingtian looked at the black rock with his left eye and right eye, but he could not see anything special about the black rock in his hand. At the very least, there was a layer of mysterious light surrounding the jade token that hovered in the air. With just a glance, one could tell it was not an ordinary object. What was in the black rock in front of him? Just as Duan Lingtian was looking at the black rock in his hand with a look of disdain, he was shocked to find that there was something strange about it. At the same time, a layer of profound light similar to the profound light on the jade slip broke out of the black stone's body. In the blink of an eye, the black rock was also surrounded by a layer of mysterious light. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as though someone had given him a tight slap. "Isn't this slap a little too fast?" Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Didn't they say that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher their secret? I'm a person with 99 heavenly veins. Why can't I decipher their secret? As Duan Lingtian spoke in bewilderment, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed the floating jade token. However, at the instant Duan Lingtian grabbed the jade token in his hand, an unexpected event occurred. What's going on? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. This was the first thought that popped into his mind. The moment he stretched out his other hand to grab the jade slip, a wave of power gushed out from both the jade slip and the black stone, surging into his left and right hands respectively. It made him feel as though he was being electrocuted. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the energy in the jade token was flowing out. The energy from the black rock in his left hand and the dark green jade token in his right hand were flowing directly into his saint veins. It was as though they wanted to flow through all the saint veins in his body. What happened next confirmed Duan Lingtian's conjecture. The two energies quickly flowed through all 99 saint veins in his body. After that, the two completely different energies strangely merged together. They actually merged together. Throughout the entire process, even if Duan Lingtian could control the energy in his body, he could not stop the energies from the black rock and the dark green jade token. Wherever they passed, the energy in Duan Lingtian's body could not interfere at all. Even Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of the gap between the energy in his body and the two mysterious energies at this moment. Just as Duan Lingtian discovered that the two mysterious energies had merged together, he could not help but feel uneasy. He was afraid that something strange would happen. Then, he realized the merged energy split into two and flowed into his left and right hands, respectively flowing into the jade token and the rock. It's finally gone. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that this fused power would run amok in his body. Who knew what it would do to him? Just as Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he was stunned to see, whether it was the black rock in his left hand or the dark green jade token in his right hand, they were both glowing brightly and extending a pushing force that pushed his clenched hands apart and spread them out. Then, they left his hands and rose into the air. What are they doing? The next moment, Duan Lingtian saw the black rock and the dark green jade token that had left his hands glowed brightly again, as though they had turned into two blazing suns. Chapter 2561. The black stone and the dark green jade slip suddenly collided. This scene caught Duan Lingtian by surprise. However, when the black stone and the dark green jade slip collided with each other, the scene of Mars colliding with Earth that Duan Lingtian expected did not appear. Not only did they not make any sound when they collided, it was even silent. This is, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, after the black stone and the dark green jade slip collided, they seemed to soften and intertwined with each other. In the end, they completely fused together in a very strange way, fusing into one. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was a little stunned. And just at the moment when Duan Lingtian was stunned, whoosh! The fused black stone and dark green jade slip suddenly burst out with a strong light that was even stronger than the scorching sun at noon. It was so dazzling that Duan Lingtian subconsciously closed his eyes. Before he could open his eyes, Duan Lingtian felt a majestic and heavy aura hit him in the face, directly and fiercely sending him flying. This aura was also mixed with waves of vicissitudes and an ancient aura. Once it hit Duan Lingtian's body, it seemed to imprison Duan Lingtian's strength. Now, Duan Lingtian wanted to mobilize the strength in his body to resist this aura, but he could not. At the same time that he was sent flying, Duan Lingtian only felt a monstrous force hit his chest like a heavy hammer, causing his internal organs to tremble, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After flying for a distance, Duan Lingtian found that he could barely mobilize the strength in his body and stabilize his body. The The moment he stabilized his body and came back to his senses, Duan Lingtian subconsciously shouted angrily, thinking that someone was sneaking up on him. However, when he looked carefully, he found that, in front of his eyes, there was nothing but a metallic object that had appeared out of nowhere not far in front of him. What about the stone and the jade slip? Duan Lingtian wanted to find the stone and the jade slip, but he found that they were nowhere to be found. After the two merged with each other, it was as if they suddenly disappeared. That was until he vaguely sensed that a familiar yet unfamiliar aura was gradually fading away from the metallic object in front of him that had appeared at some point in time. Only then did he realize what was going on. This metal piece is the product of the fusion of the black stone and the dark green jade slip that sent me flying? Because the aura on the metal piece was exactly the same as the aura that blasted him away just now, it was not difficult for him to guess this point. After a while, Duan Lingtian found that the aura on the surface of the metal piece was completely converged. What the hell is going on? The jade slip that third uncle gave me, why did it fuse with that stone? Furthermore, they fused together into something that looks like a piece of metal. When the metal piece's aura was completely converged, and it was surrounded by an even deeper mysterious light, Duan Lingtian flew out and tentatively approached it. After finding that it had no intention of attacking him, he carefully reached out and held it in his hand. At this time, Duan Lingtian began to seriously look at the metal piece that was wrapped in mysterious light in his hand. This seems to be a broken piece of metal. Only one side of the metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand was flat, and the other three sides were bumpy. It wasn't hard to see that this iron-like thing seemed to have been forcefully broken off from something. It's quite thick. Weighing the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian could not help but murmur, also, I don't know where the words on it are from, but they're so obscure. Also, it's not just the words, even the pictures on it are difficult to tell what kind of pictures they are. Holding the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the ancient aura that was inadvertently emitted from it. This aura seemed to be telling him that it had existed for a very long time. What the hell is this? Looking at the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian frowned. He looked left and right, but he could not tell what this metal piece was. However, there's one thing I'm sure of, this thing is not simple. What a joke. If this thing was simple, it would not have been able to send him flying and injure him with just its aura. Most importantly, this was not the case. This incomplete piece of metal was the product of the fusion of the mysterious jade token Xie Jie from the divine offering land had given him and something else. Although Duan Lingtian did not know much about the other item, he could tell it was not an ordinary item. Nonsense. If it was an ordinary item, why would the mysterious jade slip given to him by Xie Jie bring him all the way here? Let's see, what the hell is this? With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness with the intention of merging it with the broken metal piece in his hand to investigate it. However, almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the broken metal piece, he was shocked to discover something. At this moment, the words and pictures on the broken metal piece seemed to have come to life. Moreover, they were emitting a strange and unfathomable energy. It was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how he tried to merge his divine consciousness with it, it was completely devoured. From the beginning until the end, although Duan Lingtian had continuously extended his divine consciousness and merged it with the broken metal piece, he did not discover anything useful. In fact, it could be said that he did not discover anything at all. This was because as soon as his divine consciousness got close to the broken metal piece, it would be devoured by the strange energy emitted by the words and pictures on the broken metal piece. What the hell is this thing? In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to stop merging his divine consciousness with the broken metal piece. He hastily withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the broken metal piece in his hand fearfully. It was as though he was looking at a scourge. Now that he was holding the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was holding a hot potato. The divine consciousness originates from the soul. Since it can devour divine consciousness so easily, I wonder if it can devour soul attacks as easily. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's soul trembled. He immediately launched a soul attack at the broken metal piece. The scene from before replayed itself. The moment Duan Lingtian's soul attack came into contact with the broken metal piece, it was devoured by the strange energy emitted by the words and pictures on the broken metal piece. It was completely useless. As expected, it can devour soul attacks. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. His gaze when he looked at the broken metal piece had changed completely. There was no longer fear in his eyes, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. With this broken metal piece, I won't have to fear the soul attack of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in this mundane realm. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. Although his soul was only at the level of an eminent celestial, the broken metal piece could easily devour the broken metal piece. However, since the defective metal piece could easily devour his soul attack, it would not feel any pressure even if it devoured the soul attack of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. After all, one of the things that formed the broken metal piece was given to him by Xie Jie, a powerhouse from the divine offering land. Even Xie Jie felt that this thing was not simple. Therefore, it would not be difficult for the incomplete piece of iron, which was formed by the fusion of two other things, to devour the soul attack of a 9th tribulation loose immortal who had mastered the soul-gathering embodiment technique. For this reason, Duan Lingtian looked at the broken metal piece in his hand as though it was a treasure. This broken metal piece definitely has more than just the ability to devour divine consciousness and soul attacks. It must have many other secrets. However, with my current strength, I don't know what other secrets it has. Duan Lingtian could tell the broken metal piece in his hand was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from that, the appearance of this broken metal piece must have something to do with the 99 saint veins in my body as well. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he closed his eyes and recalled what had happened when he held the black stone and the dark green jade token in his hand. At that time, the black stone and the dark green jade token had each released a surge of energy that entered his body. After that, the two surges of energy traveled through the 99 saint veins in his body before they merged together. I remember when the two surges of energy traveled through the 98 saint veins in my body, they did not show any signs of merging until they had traveled through the 99 saint veins. It is precisely because they fused together that the black stone and the dark green jade slip fused together to form this incomplete piece of metal. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and looked at the defective metal piece in his hand. In other words, this was the broken metal piece. The broken metal piece was formed when the black stone and the dark green jade token merged together through the 99 saint veins in his body. Saint veins were known as heavenly veins in the Devata realms. Now that I've deciphered the secrets of the dark green jade token and the black stone, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, even though we've deciphered the secrets of the jade strip and the stone, we still have to deal with the secrets of the incomplete metal piece. I don't know where this incomplete piece of metal came from. But, one thing is for sure, the thing that left this incomplete piece of metal is definitely not ordinary. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. In any case, I've gained quite a lot this time. With this broken metal piece, even if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, I won't have to wait helplessly for my death. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought about this. Chapter 2562. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial attacked first, even if Duan Lingtian could kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would not be able to block the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial's soul attack. This was because one could not use one's own energy to block a soul attack. To a certain extent, the latter could only be considered as a material attack. It was completely different from a soul attack. There would never be any intersection between the two. But now, Duan Lingtian possessed that mysterious and unfathomable defective metal piece, and it was different. Even if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique tried to attack him, he could still take out the defective metal piece at lightning speed and block the soul attack. He would let the defective metal piece absorb the soul attack. In that case, his opponent's soul attack would not even be able to touch him. Third uncle. Thank you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and slowly regained his senses. He looked up at the sky and expressed his gratitude to Xie Jie, the powerhouse from the divine offering land. The Seven Orifices exquisite sword was a divine weapon that Xie Jie had left for him. Although it no longer had the might of a Devata artifact, it was still comparable to a top celestial weapon. Although Xie Jie did not give him the defective metal piece directly, it was indirectly given to him by Xie Jie. If it was not for the dark green jade token, he would not have been able to find the black stone, let alone merge the two to form the defective metal piece. I wonder how they're doing now, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. When Duan Lingtian gradually regained his senses, a smile appeared on his face when he remembered he was near his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. He flew up and headed to Fresh Breeze Town as soon as possible. When he saw that the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town was thriving and that the old friends of the Li family were doing well, the smile on his face became even more radiant. After leaving Fresh Breeze Town, he went to Aurora City, Swallow Mountain County's county city, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Seeing that his old friends were doing well, he didn't want to disturb their peaceful lives and left quietly. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Seven Star Sword Sect. The Seven Star Sword Sect was the first sect he'd entered in this lifetime, and he had extremely deep feelings for it. This sect had even been exterminated in the past. But under his hard work, the Seven Star Sword Sect was finally rebuilt, and it developed very well to become the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Who would have thought the inconspicuous purple-clad young man who had entered the Seven Star Sword Sect a few decades ago had become invincible in the entire Saint Province realm after a few decades? Looking back, several decades have already passed. Several decades, the times have changed, the world has changed. As he stood in the sky above the Seven Star Sword Sect, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion before silently leaving. After leaving the Seven Star Sword Sect, Duan Lingtian left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After visiting a few old friends, he finally left the 10 Great Dynasties district and Cloud Continent and returned to the Dobasay Subterranean. Rip! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian tore a hole in the void and disappeared from the Dobasay Subterranean in just a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After arriving in the upper province, the first thing he did was to go to Sin City in the central province to meet his old friends. Huang Qi Ling, a disciple of the Human Devil Clan's Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace who had acknowledged him as his master. Brother Ling Tian, congratulations. When Huang Qi Ling saw Duan Lingtian again, although he knew Duan Lingtian would not dislike him just because of his current strength and status, he could not help but feel a little restrained. This was a subconscious feeling. After all, Duan Lingtian was no longer the same person he used to be. Currently, no one would refute Duan Lingtian's claim that he was the strongest person in the Saint Province realm. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Then, he looked at Huang Qi Ling and asked, "How are you? Have you been well all these years?" Good. Huang Qi Ling was moved when he saw Duan Lingtian still cared about him. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Yuan Haochen who was standing next to Huang Qi Ling and greeted him with a faint smile on his face. Palace Master Yuan, it's been a long time since we last met. Master, you can just call me Little Chen. I don't dare to be called Palace Lord in front of you, I don't dare to be called that. Yuan Haochen was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees when he heard Duan Lingtian calling him Yuan Haochen. Where's Huang Wenjing? She didn't come? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise as he looked behind Yuan Haochen and Huang Qi Ling's sister Wenjing. She's in closed-door cultivation recently, Huang Qi Ling said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he could not tell Duan Lingtian that Huang Wenjing did not come to Sin City because she did not want to see Duan Lingtian with his wife. Duan Lingtian, Huang Qi Ling, and Yuan Haochen caught up with each other for a while before he left Sin City. He gave each of them a keepsake so they could ask for help from the Phoenix clan. Then, he left Sin City and prepared to leave the Saint Province realm. The last time he went to the Phoenix clan, he gave them 2 celestial supreme treasures. The entire Phoenix clan also regarded him as a benefactor who had given them a new lease on life. Moreover, they gave him many feathers that were very precious to the members of the Phoenix clan as tokens. The Phoenix clan promised, in the future, if anyone brings a feather to the Phoenix clan will treat them like Duan Lingtian and will help them without any hesitation. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had given Huang Qi Ling and Yuan Hao Chen 2 feathers that were extremely precious to the members of the Phoenix clan. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Duan Lingtian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he left the Saint Province realm and came to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone again. Duan Lingtian found someone from Yanghuang realm and asked him to show him the way back to Yanghuang realm. Brother Xian Yuanji and Su Li should have left the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone and returned to the Yellow the Arch Mansion, right? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian took out the violet gold order token that Xian Yuanji had given him and asked it to show him the way to the Yellow the Arch Mansion. The Yellow the Arch Mansion was a very low-key force in Yanghuang realm. Most people would not know where the Yellow the Arch Mansion was even if they had heard of it. I've become a celebrity in Yanghuang realm. On his way to the Yellow the Arch Mansion, Duan Lingtian heard many rumors about him. These rumors revolved around how he had killed the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people thought the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion had died unjustly. If the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, he could have killed Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. Duan Lingtian only smiled indifferently and did not take it to heart. He knew the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion would not dare to use his divine consciousness to probe him. Therefore, he had waited patiently for the old ancestor to reveal himself. Otherwise, he would have killed the old ancestor before the old ancestor could react. Even if the old ancestor knew he was only an eminent celestial, it would be impossible for the old ancestor to use a soul attack on him. How much longer do I have to travel? A month later, Duan Lingtian was still on his way. Since he did not know where the Yellow the Arch Mansion was, Duan Lingtian could not use the interstellar transporting formations between galaxies. He could only use the token given to him by the Yellow the Arch Mansion to travel through space. Even after traveling at full speed for a month, he still had not arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion. With his current speed, he could travel from the remote Milky Way to the Coast Galaxy in a month's time. After traveling for another 2 months, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Although the Yellow the Arch Mansion was a reclusive force, as one of the top forces in Yanghuang realm, it still controlled a relatively large galaxy. Under the guidance of the violet gold token, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion's home planet in the galaxy ruled by the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion's estate, a group of patrolling disciples from the Yellow the Arch Mansion blocked his path. Who are you? Why have you come to the Yellow the Arch Mansion's estate? The leader of the patrol asked as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. What's the matter? I'm Duan Lingtian. I'm here to look for old brother Xian Yuanji. May I know if old brother Xian Yuanji has returned from the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone? Duan Lingtian asked politely. After all, he was here to look for someone, not to cause trouble. Duan Lingtian? As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the patrolling disciples from the Yellow the Arch Mansion widened their eyes in unison. It was apparent they were shocked as well. The leader of the patrolling disciples was the first to react. He studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. Purple, young, and handsome. These were the characteristics of the legendary Duan Lingtian. Is that a violet gold token? Soon after, the leader of the patrolling disciples saw the token in Duan Lingtian's hand and confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. The coldness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with passion. He bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Lord Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Lord Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Lord Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2563. Lord Duan Lingtian, our old ancestor said that if you came, we should immediately invite you in to see him. The captain of the Yellow the Arch Mansion's patrol team stood in front of Duan Lingtian. After greeting Duan Lingtian respectfully, he quickly made an inviting gesture to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed the patrol leader into the inner mansion of the Shenyuan mansion. Brother Ling Tian. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered the inner mansion of the Yellow the Arch mansion, he heard a familiar voice in front of him. Duan Lingtian looked ahead and saw an old figure flying toward him. It was none other than Shen Yuanji, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, the old ancestor of Yellow the Arch mansion whom he had met once in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Shen Yuanji flew over from afar. Beside him was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was tall and had a jade-like face. Between his brows, he exuded a dignified aura, and his body seemed to constantly emit waves of dignified aura. The mansion master of Shenyuan Mansion? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess the middle-aged man's identity. He should be the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion. Duan Lingtian had heard about the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion from Zhong Yi. However, he only knew the mansion master was an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. In terms of strength, the mansion master was second only to the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in Yellow the Arch Mansion. Brother. Duan Lingtian greeted Shen Yuanji with a smile when he saw Shen Yuanji appearing before him in just a blink of an eye. It was not difficult for him to realize that. At this moment, the way Shen Yuanji looked at him was completely different from the way he looked at him in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Furthermore, Shen Yuanji had changed the way he addressed him from little brother Lingtian to brother Lingtian. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, he was no longer the same person he was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Most importantly, all the forces in Yanghuang realm were aware of what Duan Lingtian had done in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. He had killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duan Lingtian was now famous in Yanghuang realm. Therefore, under such circumstances, Shen Yuanji's attitude towards him had changed. In his opinion, it was a very normal thing. Greetings, old ancestor and mansion master. At this moment, the leader of the Yellow the Arch Mansion's patrol squad who led the way for Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He hastily bowed respectfully at Shen Yuanji and the dignified middle-aged man who had just arrived. The way the patrol captain addressed Shen Yuanji and Shen Yuantian made Duan Lingtian realize he was right. The middle-aged man was indeed the mansion. You may take your leave. Shen Yuanji nodded indifferently. The middle-aged man standing next to Shen Yuanji, the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion, immediately said to the leader of the patrol team, "The old ancestor and I will entertain Lord Lingtian here." Even the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion, an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, addressed Duan Lingtian as Lord Duan Lingtian. Based on this, it was obvious Duan Lingtian was as strong as a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the eyes of the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion. In fact, he was even stronger than most 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. After all, based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed in the Heavenly Wave Mansion, Duan Lingtian would be able to easily defeat Duan Lingtian. Unless a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique attacked Duan Lingtian by surprise and killed Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian had mastered a peculiar technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. Yes. The Yellow the Arch Mansion's patrol captain left respectfully. Before he turned around, he glanced at Duan Lingtian's back. The respect in his eyes deepened. After all, even the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion addressed Duan Lingtian as Lord. Greetings, Lord Duan Lingtian. I'm mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion, Shenyuan Zheng. After the Yellow the Arch Mansion's patrol captain left, he bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. He did not regard Duan Lingtian as an eminent celestial at all. He regarded Duan Lingtian as a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. He was not affected by the fact that the person who bowed to him was the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion. After all, with his current strength, he was qualified to receive such treatment. Brother Lingtian, let's talk in the main hall. Shen Yuanji called out to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Then, Mansion Master Shenyuan Zheng personally led Duan Lingtian and Shen Yuan Ji to the main hall in the inner mansion of Yellow the Archmansion. After entering the main hall, Shenyuan Zheng and Shen Yuan Ji led Duan Lingtian to the main seat. If news of Duan Lingtian killing a 9 bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion had not spread, he would not have received such treatment even if Shen Yuan Ji thought highly of him. After all, when they were in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, although Shen Yuan Ji thought Duan Lingtian was strong, he did not think Duan Lingtian was as strong as a 9 bodiless celestial. However, Shen Yuan Ji knew his own strength. If he really fought with Duan Lingtian, the one who died in the end would definitely be him. Although he was confident he was stronger than the 9 bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, he knew he was not much stronger. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was able to kill the 9 bodiless celestial with ease. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's position in Shen Yuan Ji's heart was much higher than before. Brother Lingtian, my elder brother is in closed-door cultivation recently, so he couldn't come with me to welcome you. I hope you won't blame him for this, Brother Lingtian. Shen Yuan Ji said apologetically as soon as he sat next to Duan Lingtian. His elder brother was Shen Yuan Rui, the old ancestor of Shen Yuan Mansion. He was also a 9 bodiless celestial. However, I really didn't expect Brother Lingtian to have done such a shocking thing in Yanghuang realm while I was still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It has been a long time since a 9 bodiless celestial has died in Yanghuang realm. After apologizing, Shen Yuanji couldn't help but sigh. When he had first returned to Yanghuang realm, he had heard about Duan Lingtian's feats and was shocked. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Brother Lingtian, you're too humble. Shen Yuanji shook his head. The reason no 9 bodiless celestials have died in Yanghuang realm for a long time is not because there are few disputes between 9 bodiless celestials, but because none of them can do anything to each other. Take that 9 bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion for example. If I were to fight him, I would only be able to defeat him after 100 moves. Brother Lingtian, the fact that you're able to kill him means you're standing at the peak of the mundane realm. A hint of respect could be seen in Shen Yuanji's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. However, Duan Lingtian's strength was enough to earn the respect of a 9 bodiless celestial like him. There's always someone better than you. Stand at the peak of the mundane realm? I don't dare to say that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Who knew if there were celestials stronger than great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms in the mundane realm? After all, celestials stronger than great overarching golden celestials could travel back to the mundane realm from the Devata realms. Following that, Duan Lingtian continued to chat with Shen Yuanji for a while. During this time, not only did Shen Yuan Zheng, the mansion master of Yellow the Archmansion, not interrupt, but he even stood quietly at the side and poured tea for Duan Lingtian and Shen Yuanji. Brother, is Su Li here? After chatting with Shen Yuanji for a while, Duan Lingtian remembered Su Li who had left with Shen Yuanji. At that time, Su Li had already become the interim elder of Yellow the Archmansion. In other words, he had come to the Yellow the Archmansion for Su Li. He wanted to see his good friend again before he ascended. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Shen Yuanji's expression changed drastically. Even Shen Yuan Zheng, the mansion master of Yellow the Archmansion, who was standing at the side, dropped the teapot in his hand when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. What's wrong? Did something happen to Su Li? Duan Lingtian was not stupid. When he saw Shen Yuanji and Shen Yuan Zheng's reaction, he realized something was amiss. His expression changed immediately. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian rose to his feet and stared at Shen Yuanji gloomily. Brother, what happened to Su Li? Brother Lingtian, I didn't take good care of Elder Su Li. Shen Yuanji smiled wryly with a guilty expression on his face. What happened? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. His eyes flashed coldly as he raised his voice. Lord Duan Lingtian, you can't blame the old ancestor for this. It's all because the two fellows from the Gongsun family coveted your technique that can snatch celestial supreme treasures. For this reason, As soon as Elder Su Li returned to the Yellow the Arch mansion, they came to our mansion and injured the old ancestor before taking Elder Su Li away. They wanted to use Elder Su Li to threaten you and force you to hand over the technique. At this moment, Shenyuan Zheng explained, since the other old ancestor of the Yellow the Arch mansion is at a critical juncture in his closed-door cultivation, we didn't disturb him. Moreover, this closed-door cultivation is closely related to the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation that he's about to face. However, even if he made a move, he might not be able to stop the two old fellows from the Gongsun family. After all, one of the old fellows from the Gongsun family is so strong that he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanghuang realm. Shenyuan Zheng sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. The Gongsun family? Chapter 2564. This was not the first time that Duan Lingtian had heard of the Gongsun family. Previously, when he was traveling to the Milky Way with Tang Xiao from the Cost Galaxy, he had talked to her about the top forces in Yanghuang realm, including the Gongsun family. During that period of time, he had also learned from Tang Xiao. The Gongsun family was one of the first-tier forces in Yanghuang realm. They were as famous as the Yellow the Arch mansion. In terms of strength, they were even stronger than top forces like Mount Huaguo and the Celestial Masters sect. Like the Yellow the Arch mansion, the Gongsun clan had 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, no less than 5 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, and even more 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. More importantly, one of the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun clan was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanghuang realm. I heard that the Gongsun clan is a force left behind by the old ancestor of your Yellow the Arch mansion, Gongsun Shenyuan? A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he asked, his lightning-like gaze landed on Shenyuan Ji and Shenyuan Zheng, as if he wanted to get confirmation from them. Yes. Shenyuan Ji nodded and continued, I don't know when it started, but the forces left behind by the ancestor split into 2. They became sworn enemies and fought endlessly. Those who were originally of the same lineage also became sworn enemies. In the end, they were divided into the Gongsun clan and the Shenyuan clan. One of them was surnamed Gongsun, while the other was surnamed Shenyuan. Moreover, it's not limited to the mundane realms. Even the Devata realms are divided into the Gongsun clan and the Yellow the Arch mansion. It's said that the conflict between the Yellow the Arch mansion and the Gongsun clan is even more intense in the Devata realms. There are people who are killed every day. However, those who emerge victorious, regardless of whether they are from the Gongsun clan or the Yellow the Arch mansion, will be personally nurtured by the old ancestor. When Shenyuan Ji mentioned Gongsun Shenyuan, the old ancestor of Yellow the Arch mansion, a hint of respect could be heard in his voice. To a certain extent, Gongsun Shenyuan was the faith of everyone in the Shenyuan mansion and the Gongsun family. In that case, to a certain extent, the conflict between the Gongsun clan and the Shenyuan mansion was also tacitly approved by your common ancestor, Gongsun Shenyuan? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard Shen Yuanji's words. It wasn't difficult to guess this. You could say that. Shen Yuanji nodded. As expected of the Yellow Emperor, Gongsun Shenyuan. To think that he would use such a method to train the younger generation. How bold. Previously, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Hualaro, the 3-legged golden crow, had told him that the Yellow Emperor of Yanghuang planet, Gongsun Shenyuan, was not only a genius sword cultivator, but he had also become an overlord after ascending to a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian even suspected that the Gongsun clan and the Shenyuan mansion were the main culprits. It was highly likely that Gongsun Shenyuan was the one who had orchestrated the conflict between the Gongsun clan and the Shenyuan mansion. His purpose was to train the younger generation so that he could personally train the younger generation. After all, he had limited time and energy. It was impossible for him to personally train all the younger generation. It doesn't matter if the Gongsun clan is a force left behind by Gongsun Shenyuan or not. Since they dare to covet the sovereign heart sword that I possess and even captured my friend to threaten me, I'm afraid they won't be able to do anything to me. They'll have to pay the price for this. A terrible price. Duan Ling Tian muttered inwardly as the coldness in his eyes rose again. It was so intense that the temperature in the surroundings seemed to have dropped by a few degrees in just an instant. "Brother, where's the Gongsun clan?" Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Shen Yuanji. It seemed as though he was about to attack the Gongsun clan. In fact, Duan Lingtian was indeed prepared to kill his way to the Gongsun clan and rescue Su Li after finding out the location of the Gongsun clan. He wanted the Gongsun clan to pay a heavy price for their actions. "Brother Ling Tian." Shen Yuanji did not seem surprised by Duan Ling Tian's reaction. After a moment of silence, he said, "I know you're not weak. With your ability to steal celestial supreme treasures and kill a 9 bodiless celestial, I'm sure you're strong. However, the Gongsun clan is not to be underestimated as well. Let's take the Gongsun clan's strongest person for example. Not only is he a 9 bodiless celestial, but he's also a 9 bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. In other words, he's a 9 bodiless celestial who can cast soul attacks. Perhaps, before he took Elder Su Li away from the the Arch Mansion, he might not have taken any precautions against you. In fact, you might have killed him with a sneak attack before he could cast a soul attack on you. However, after he took Elder Su Li away, he'll definitely be wary of you. You won't have a chance to attack him before he casts a soul attack on you." Shen Yuanji advised Duan Ling Tian patiently. At the same time, he told Duan Ling Tian one thing. The Gongsun clan's strongest person in Yang Huang realm had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique and was capable of casting soul attack. "Thank you for your reminder, brother. However, I know what I'm doing." Duan Ling Tian remained calm in the face of Shen Yuanji's patient advice. He said nonchalantly, "Brother, if you have a star map that covers the galaxies where the Arch Mansion and the Gongsun clan are located, please give me a copy." "Brother Ling Tian, are you serious?" Shen Yuanji's eyes widened as he asked uncertainly. "One of the old men from the Gongsun clan is a 9 bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. So what?" Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, seemingly unconcerned about whether the old man was a 9 bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. When Shen Yuanji saw Duan Ling Tian's calm expression, it seemed as though he was not afraid of the 9 bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Shen Yuanji began to suspect something. Duan Ling Tian must have something to rely on. However, Shen Yuanji did not know what Duan Ling Tian's trump card was. "Since you've made up your mind, Brother Ling Tian, I'll go with you." Shen Yuanji said, "No matter what, Elder Su Li was abducted by the 2 old men from the Gongsun clan right under my nose." Shen Yuanji's eyes flashed with a cold light as if he was going to devour someone. Since the Gongsun clan had a 9 bodiless celestial who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yang Huang realm, they were considered the strongest force in Yang Huang realm. The galaxy ruled by the Gongsun clan was called the Mystic Ancient Galaxy. It was much larger than any of the galaxies Duan Lingtian had been to in Yang Huang realm. It was at least twice as large as the galaxy ruled by the Arch Mansion. Moreover, the heaven and earth spirit energy in this galaxy was much denser than the galaxy ruled by the Arch Mansion. "Brother Ling Tian, this is the galaxy where the Gongsun clan is located, the Mystic Ancient Galaxy." At the edge of the mystical ancient galaxy, Shen Yuanji, who had just entered the mystical ancient galaxy with Duan Ling Tian, explained the situation to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he looked at the galaxy before him. He had heard from Shen Yuanji that the Mystic Ancient Galaxy did not exist in the Mystic Ancient Galaxy. The Shen celestial system where the Gongsun family lived had no interstellar teleportation formation. Whether it was an outsider coming to the Shen celestial system or a member of the Gongsun family wanting to leave the Shen celestial system, they had to travel through space with their physical body to enter or leave the Shen celestial system. The reason the Gongsun clan did this was to make the Mystic Ancient Galaxy more independent and easier to manage. "Who's there?" Duan Ling Tian and Shen Yuanji stopped at the edge of the mystical ancient galaxy. They were about to enter the mystical ancient galaxy and head to the planet where the Gongsun family's base was when a voice rang in the air. It was as though thunder had struck their ears. Swoosh! A figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Shen Yuanji like a ghost. Although the figure was like a ghost, it could not hide from Duan Lingtian and Shen Yuanji's eyes. Even before the figure appeared, they could tell it was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe. Shen Yuanji? His expression changed drastically when he saw Shen Yuanji standing next to Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he did not expect to see a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Yellow the Archmansion, one of the two old ancestors of Yellow the Archmansion, here. He was a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan and held a high position in the clan. However, he was nothing in front of a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial like Shen Yuanji. "Who are you? Do you know me?" Shen Yuanji asked in surprise as he glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. "I'm an elder from the Gongsun clan. I was fortunate enough to meet you once, senior." The middle-aged man lowered his head and said nervously. At the same time, he regretted his decision to show up. He had planned to leave the mystic ancient galaxy and head to another galaxy. Just as he was about to leave the mystical ancient galaxy, he noticed two people sneaking around the periphery of the galaxy. For this reason, he instinctively showed himself to show off his superiority as an elder of the Gongsun family and a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial. Alas, he did not expect he would end up kicking a steel plate. If he had known one of the two people was one of the ancestors of the Yellow the Archmansion, he would not have come even if he was given 100 guts. "You're from the Gongsun clan?" Chapter 2565. Yes. Faced with Shen Yuanji's piercing gaze, the middle-aged man did not dare to be negligent. He quickly replied, "Senior, my name is Gongsun Yun. I'm an elder of the Gongsun family. I heard that your Gongsun family moved to another planet 300 years ago. Now, take us there." "Take me there," Shen Yuanji said indifferently as he looked at Gongsun Yun. Although Shen Yuanji's voice was indifferent, there was a hint of threat in his tone. Gongsun Yun's expression changed drastically, but he did not dare to refuse Shen Yuanji's order. If he refused, who knew if the old ancestor of the Yellow the Archmansion would kill him or not? Although he was a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Gongsun family, if Shen Yuanji killed him, the Gongsun family would not be able to avenge him even if they wanted to. After all, even the strongest supreme elder in the Gongsun family would not be able to kill Shen Yuanji. Under Gongsun Yun's lead, Duan Lingtian and Shen Yuanji soon arrived at the planet where the Gongsun family's estate was located. It was a blue planet. With just a glance, one could tell the planet had a good environment. It was similar to Earth, but it was at least 10 times bigger than Earth. "Senior, the Gongsun family's estate is on this planet." Gongsun Yun looked at Shen Yuanji anxiously and asked, "Can I leave now?" "Scram," Shen Yuanji said indifferently. Gongsun Yun also left as though he was running for his life. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian and Shen Yuanji's eyes. "I'm Duan Lingtian." Shen Yuanji was about to ask Duan Lingtian what he was going to do next when Duan Lingtian's voice rang in his ears. "Bring Su Li out in 15 minutes. If I don't see Su Li in 15 minutes, I, Duan Lingtian, will annihilate the Gongsun family." As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air, not only did it enter Shen Yuanji's ears, but it also shocked him. Even the people on the planet ahead could hear Duan Lingtian's voice. The commotion broke out instantly. Whoosh! The entire planet was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian? Is he the Duan Lingtian who broke into the Heavenly Wave Mansion and killed a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial? Apart from that Duan Lingtian, who else would be so arrogant to the point of saying he's going to annihilate the Gongsun family? The Gongsun family is one of the strongest forces in Yang Huang realm. One of the nine-tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family is widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yang Huang realm. Isn't Duan Lingtian seeking death by coming to the Gongsun clan openly? I don't think so. After all, Duan Lingtian is capable of killing a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. He even killed a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere on the planet where the Gongsun family was based. When they heard Duan Lingtian's voice, they could vaguely guess who he was. Duan Lingtian was most likely the person who had killed a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. Whether it was the planet where the Gongsun family was based or the other planets in the mystic ancient galaxy, there were not only people from the Gongsun family, but there were also people from second-rate and third-rate forces in Yanghuang realm as well as some sectless cultivators. Those people were subordinates of the Gongsun family. While they occupied the cultivation resources of the mysterious ancient star system, they also had to pay a large number of saint stones to the Gongsun family every once in a while. It was similar to protection fees and rent. It's true that he killed a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion, but don't forget that the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion didn't use a soul attack on him. I've heard about this as well. It's said that Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. Although he's strong and has mastered the technique to steal celestial supreme treasures, his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial. The nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. I can't believe he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Indeed, Duan Lingtian had a chance to kill Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he could have taken Duan Lingtian down with him. Many people knew that Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial and that the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion was killed by Duan Lingtian without knowing that Duan Lingtian was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial would have taken Duan Lingtian down with him. If I'm not mistaken, the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family who's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanghuang realm is also a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, right? You're right. The nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family is indeed a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. The nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family is much stronger than the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. Since he's also a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, he should be able to take Duan Lingtian down with him if he's prepared. Moreover, as long as he strikes first, he might be able to kill Duan Lingtian with his soul attack without being injured at all. If Duan Lingtian strikes first and kills the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial before the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial can use his soul attack, Duan Lingtian won't be harmed at all. That's true. Similar discussions began to spread on the planet where the Gongsun family's base was. At this moment, most people were unsure of who would win. If Duan Lingtian fought the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, who would emerge victorious? The only thing they were certain of was that whoever made the first move would be undefeatable. Even if they were undefeatable, they would still be able to take their opponent down with them. That's awkward. I still think the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family will win. If Duan Lingtian sneaked into the Gongsun family's base and attacked the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, he might have a chance of winning. However, now that he's here with such fanfare, the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family must be prepared. It'll be difficult for him to strike first. I agree. I really don't know what Duan Lingtian is thinking. How can he be so brainless as to barge in here? Did he forget that he's just an eminent celestial? Gradually, more and more people began to doubt Duan Lingtian. They felt Duan Lingtian was too rash and had alerted the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family. In outer space outside the blue planet. Brother Lingtian, you're too rash, aren't you? Xian Yuanji was confused as well. He had thought of many possibilities regarding the beginning of today's matter, but he had never thought that it would be like this. Similarly, he felt Duan Lingtian was too rash. Duan Lingtian had shouted as though he was afraid the Gongsun family would not know he was here. Moreover, the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family would definitely be alerted by Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to kill the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family. Rash, Upon hearing Shen Yuanji's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and shrugged indifferently. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as Duan Lingtian shrugged, an old voice rang from the blue planet. Duan Lingtian and Shen Yuanji were not the only ones who heard the voice. Everyone on the blue planet heard it as well. It's that old man, Gongsun Wentian. Shen Yuanji's eyes widened in anger. If the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family had made a move, he wouldn't have been able to take Su Li away under his watch. It was because this person had also made a move that he failed to protect Su Li. Even if Shen Yuanji's elder brother, Shen Yuanrui, was present, he would not have been able to stop Gongsun Wentian. After all, Gongsun Wentian was much stronger than him and his elder brother. Gongsun Wentian? Upon hearing Shen Yuanji's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. Gongsun Wentian. The strongest powerhouse in Yang Huang realm. Not only had Shen Yuanji mentioned this name to Duan Lingtian, but Tang Xiao had also mentioned this name before. Duan Lingtian knew Gongsun Wentian was a legend in Yang Huang realm and was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yang Huang realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 gusts of wind blew as 2 figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Shen Yuanji. To be more precise, there were 3 figures. One of the figures was an old man in a blue robe, and the other figure was an old man in a green robe. In his hand was a young man whose face was pale, whose body was on the verge of collapse, and whose eyelids were slightly drooping. Su Li. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the young man's condition. He glared at the old man dressed in a green robe and said, "Old man, what did you do to Su Li?" Duan Lingtian. The old man dressed in a green robe said in a hoarse voice. The person in the green-robed old man's hand was none other than Duan Lingtian's good friend, Su Li. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice, he struggled to open his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Go. Don't bother about me. Go." Gongsun Wentian. Shen Yuanji's expression darkened as he glared at the old man dressed in a green robe. He said coldly, How dare you torture Elder Su Li to this extent? Do you think the Archmansion is a pushover? I didn't intend to torture him anyway." The old man dressed in a green robe, Gongsun Wentian, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yang Huang realm, said nonchalantly, "However, if I didn't seal the energy in his body and torture him, I'm afraid he would have committed suicide by now. This boy is very loyal. He'd rather die than be used by me to threaten his friend." Chapter 2566. Hearing Gongsun Wentian's words, Shen Yuanji's expression changed greatly, and his gaze became even colder, as if it could freeze everything. As for Duan Lingtian, who was standing beside Shen Yuanji, after hearing Gongsun Wentian's words, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced with a calm expression. His gaze was still calmly staring at Gongsun Wentian. 3. The fastest, it was as if his emotions weren't affected by Gongsun Wentian's words at all. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. He stared at Gongsun Wentian calmly. It was as if Gongsun Wentian was the only person left in his world. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Gongsun Wentian, who seemed to have everything under control, couldn't help but change his expression slightly when he met Duan Lingtian's calm gaze. Today, before he appeared here, he was confident in his victory. He felt that he could definitely use Su Li to threaten Duan Lingtian and force him to hand over the method that could seize celestial supreme treasures. However, at this moment, seeing that Duan Lingtian could still remain calm after hearing his words, he faintly had a bad premonition in his heart. It was only because Duan Lingtian was too calm, so calm that it was somewhat illogical. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If Duan Lingtian was as flustered and exasperated as Shen Yuanji, and looked as if he wanted to tear him into pieces, he wouldn't feel anything. However, it just so happened that Duan Lingtian was staring at him as if nothing had happened. His calm gaze was on Gongsun Wentian. It was as if he did not take him seriously at all. He had never seen such a gaze ever since he had become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Before he became a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he had seen similar gazes in the eyes of those who were stronger than him. That was the gaze of the strong looking down on the weak. When facing the weak, the strong would not be any less delighted. When he faced the weak, he would also involuntarily reveal such a gaze. Deliberately mystifying things. He must be deliberately mystifying things. Although Gongsun Wentian had a bad feeling about this, he felt relieved when he saw Su Li in his hand. After all, he still had Su Li in his hand. Even if Duan Lingtian attacked him at all costs, he could still use Su Li as a shield. Even if Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms, he was confident that he could kill Su Li would be able to kill Su Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian could kill him. With Duan Lingtian's presence, Gongsun Wentian's would definitely would have killed Duan Lingtian's because Duan Lingtian would definitely hesitate to attack unless he wanted Su Li to die. Swoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While Duan Lingtian stared at Gongsun Wentian with a calm expression on his face, time continued to pass. More and more figures began to appear in the surroundings. Initially, these people were from the Gongsun family who had come to watch the show. Later on, many people from other forces under the Gongsun family and sectless cultivators arrived as well. His Duan Lingtian. I've seen the mirror image talisman from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. This person is indeed Duan Lingtian who killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duan Lingtian looks so young. Of course, he's young. He's not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? Are you kidding me? He's not kidding. Duan Lingtian is indeed not even 100 years old. It's said that he's not from Yang Huang realm, but from another mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. The reason he's here is because he's using the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone as a transit point. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone? If that's the case, then he's indeed not even 100 years old. After all, apart from bodiless celestials, only people younger than 100 years old can enter the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. The people who came to join in the fun, whether they were from the Gongsun family or the others, were all looking at Duan Lingtian. They began to whisper among themselves as they discussed Duan Lingtian. Are these two the old ancestors of the Gongsun family who are 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? At the same time, many people's gazes landed on Gongsun Wentian, who was holding Su Li, and the old man beside him. They're the 2 old ancestors of the Gongsun family? Some disciples of the Gongsun family who had never seen the old ancestors of the Gongsun family before turned to look at Gongsun Wentian and the old man. The 2 old ancestors of the Gongsun family are called Gongsun Hong and Gongsun Wentian respectively. Which one of them is the strongest person in Yang Huang realm, Gongsun Wentian? It wasn't just those who weren't from the Gongsun family who were curious about this matter. Even the disciples of the Gongsun family who couldn't tell which of the 2 old ancestors of the Gongsun family was the most powerful being in Yang Huang realm were curious as well. That's old ancestor Wentian from the Gongsun family. At this time, many of the Gongsun family's disciples who had seen Gongsun Wentian before and recognized him whispered to those who couldn't recognize Gongsun Wentian. Those who did not recognize Gongsun Wentian immediately knew which of the 2 old men was the strongest person in Yang Huang realm, Gongsun Wentian. He was the old man who was holding a young man with drooping eyelids and a pale face. The young man's body was swaying unsteadily. Who's that young man in Senior Wentian's hand? Don't tell me it's Su Li whom Duan Lingtian demanded the Gongsun clan to hand over. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he's asking the Gongsun family to hand over someone called Su Li. If he doesn't see Su Li in 15 minutes, he'll annihilate the Gongsun family. That's exactly what he said. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, many people could guess that the young man in Gongsun Wentian's hand was Duan Lingtian's target. Who knows what's going on? Who's this Su Li? Why is Duan Lingtian looking for him? Based on the situation, I don't think Su Li is from the Gongsun family. Otherwise, the Gongsun family wouldn't have tortured him to this extent. More and more people were confused. They did not know why the Gongsun family's ancestor, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yang Huang realm, was holding a young man in his hand. Moreover, it seemed like he was using the young man to threaten Duan Lingtian. These confused people weren't just from the Gongsun family. Even the members of the Gongsun family were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. What's going on? That's right. What's going on? Who's this Su Li? Can someone tell me what's going on? The Gongsun family's disciples looked around in confusion, hoping to learn the truth from the other Gongsun family's disciples who knew what was going on. Soon, some of the members of the Gongsun family who were in the know spoke up, and the bewildered crowd finally understood what was going on. As it turns out, the Gongsun family is interested in Duan Lingtian's technique that allows him to plunder celestial supreme treasures. That's why they captured Duan Lingtian's friend, Su Li, and used him to threaten Duan Lingtian to hand over the technique. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I thought Duan Lingtian thought he was strong and wanted to challenge the Gongsun family to make a name for himself. I didn't expect he's only here to save his friend. It's inappropriate for the Gongsun family to do this, isn't it? Many people who were not from the Gongsun family could not help but whisper among themselves after learning the truth. However, they only dared to whisper to each other in a low voice, afraid that they would incur the displeasure of the Gongsun family if they spoke too loudly. Some of the more righteous disciples of the Gongsun family fell silent after learning the truth. Although they did not agree with the actions of the old ancestor of the Gongsun family, they knew their words carried little weight. Even if they voiced their objections, it would not change anything. Naturally, the disciples of the Gongsun family were more excited as they stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. After all, if the Gongsun family obtained Duan Lingtian's technique, they would have a chance to cultivate it in the future. When they thought about how they could easily plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures, they could not help but feel excited. The human heart was greedy to begin with. Otherwise, the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family would not have captured Su Li to threaten Duan Lingtian to hand over the technique that allowed him to plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures. Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gongsun Wentian, who had been staring at Duan Lingtian for about 15 minutes, broke the silence between him and Duan Lingtian. He said in a deep voice, "I'm sure you've learned about my objective from Shen Yuanji today. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll teach the Gongsun family the technique that allows you to plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures and promise not to oppose the Gongsun family for the rest of your life, I won't kill you. In fact, I can even spare Su Li's life. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you before killing Su Li." Gongsun Wentian looked at Duan Lingtian murderously. "You should know that I'm a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment. I can kill you with a soul attack with just a thought. From the moment I appeared until now, I had many chances to kill you. I'm sure you know that as well." Gongsun Wentian continued to say, "Naturally, you can also attack me, but I can guarantee you that Su Li will die before I'm killed by you." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.